死んだは初めて俺に伝えている。
絶望の匂いだ。
面白いこと見せようか。ほら、こんなにガチンが多すぎて。
お父さん。
あかん。
ドナルド君もまだ死ぬ時じゃないでしょ。
アメリカ万歳。ファイト。
絶対負けないよ。
何度つらいどまで。
ゼロ。だってまだサンキュー言ってないでしょ。一回も言ってください。
おい、仲良くしてね。この世界気づついけるかな。昔グレートだと大きにまたグレートになるから。あのさ、有名人なら誰かのマンコ掴んでいいさ。そう言い放せるで。
What's going on, everyone? Welcome into a Saturday edition of CobraCast 199. I am your host, Jeremy Prime, Mage IDOT of Unit 199. Happy to see all of you here on a Saturday. It has been a interesting turn of events the last few hours. I was live until 6 a.m., something like that, Eastern time. And I was going to go live a little bit earlier, but, I decided to really take some things into strong consideration and take some things to heart. And I've been watching a lot of the reaction on social media. I was reading a bunch of the comments on my live stream, and I decided, Jeremy, you're not informed enough. You're not informed enough. And I have not been taking the anti-Israel crowd seriously. I've been memeing on them. I've been roasting them. I've been sarcastic to them. I've been laughing at them. So I decided to do a ton of research last night. So I wasn't able to get a lot of sleep. And I have to say, after doing my research on the anti-Israel crowd, I am going to have to say something that I didn't think I was going to say. I was wrong about all of you. I was wrong. And I sincerely apologize for being so wrong. I was under the impression that you guys were just retarded. But after doing my research, I'm not even sure retarded is the proper explanation for what you idiots are. Like, holy shit, I'm blown away. You make retarded people look smart. So I apologize. Okay, I apologize completely. But either way, wanted to start out with a little bit of sarcasm because the internet is a lovely place right now. Dude, it doesn't matter what side of this thing you are on. People are catching hell no matter what. And everybody that's catching hell is playing the victim. They're like, I can't believe people are attacking me for my opinion. I was like, welcome to the internet, man. It is the Thunderdome right now. It doesn't matter if you're supporting the war. It doesn't matter if you're against it. It doesn't matter if you support Israel. It doesn't matter if you're anti-Israel. It doesn't matter if you don't give a shit about Israel. There is it's the Thunderdome right now, and it is no place for the weak. Holy shit. It is a wild time right now, and I am loving any and all of it. So anyway, let's jump right into it. So right now, we just got this story right here. There are signs that Iran's supreme leader is no longer alive. That is according to Israel's prime minister. So that has not been confirmed yet, but that's where we are.
Yeah, John, Sandra, good afternoon. We're following developments on the ground here. And just moments ago, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed his country with an update saying that the Israelis targeted the compound of Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei. And Netanyahu goes on to say there are many signs that he is no longer. Again, not confirmation that he was killed, but the Israelis think they were successful in the strike against Iran's supreme leader. Obviously, this would be a massive blow to the Iranian regime if confirmed. He is not only a figurehead, but the man in charge of the entire country and many of the hardline positions as it relates to Iran's nuclear program. and their expanding ballistic missile program that they put into force today in response to the U.S. and Israeli strikes against their country. Throughout the day, millions of Israelis sheltering underground or in protected rooms as ballistic missiles rained down on major population centers here. We watched from this balcony as many of these missiles were intercepted by Israel's advanced missile defense systems. We also know at this hour, the Israelis say they are still striking targets inside of Iran. Fox News has learned that this morning, when the initial wave of strikes was ordered, the Israelis launched the largest sortie of planes they have.
So there you have it right there. And I specifically wanted to start out with our source being Netflix Yahoo. Just in the event that people were not upset enough at me, I wanted to make them a little more upset. But we do have seriously, like at this point in time, one of my primary concerns, and I would say one of the major concerns for most people, most level-headed people, is the safety of our troops. And right now, in the most recent update that we received, which is not too long ago, there are no American casualties following the strikes with Iran, according to Fox News. The U.S. military says no American casualties, minimal damage so far after hundreds of Iranian missiles and drone attacks.
The Iranians held back in their response. And it really wasn't until day 2 or day 3 or day 4 when the missile barrage was aimed at Israel. The reason I bring that up, I just want to get your initial reaction to what we have seen in the response on behalf of the Iranians. Maybe it suggests something, or maybe they're just going to...
Now, the people that are most affected by there not being any U.S. casualties are the black pillars out there, because trust me, all of those guys are hoping and praying that they can build a narrative around the loss of United States soldiers' lives. So that's the sad reality of where we are.
Repeat their pattern. But when the U.S. military says no American casualties, minimal damage so far, after hundreds of Iranian missile and drone attacks have been launched, what we don't know is, of those hundreds, how many were drones and how many were missiles? And I think it's very important because it appears to me that missiles are much more complicated, drones not so much. But if we don't see this a measure of the activity that we saw in June on day 2 or day 3 or day 4, that tells us, I think, that the Israelis and the U.S. military has locked onto these missile sites in Western Iran. If we have rendered them useless and taken them out, this thing militarily may be something that lasts only a couple of days.
So that's the most recent update we have on that. So obviously that's good news. I saw we had, let's see, DH. This is Harvey, right? Isn't this you? For 10 gifted memberships. Again, with the ads, it's like it doesn't even tell me who it is, but I recognize your profile picture. Thank you, brother, for the 10 gifted memberships. Stormbreakers is all hail Cobra Commander Jeremy and King Trump. Trump should be king of the world. Southeastern Kaiju says Cobra Cast, the most trusted news online. We are fucked if that's the case. All right. We are fucked. Dorkman, and this, I'm not sure how to feel about this one. Went to bed seeing Jeremy's face, waking up to Jeremy's face. I can't account for the time between. That is the most uncomfortable comment anyone has ever left on my YouTube channel. But I do appreciate it. 47-year dictator taken out by the 47th president. Let's freaking go. Packy Proton says, correct me if I'm wrong, but this all started when Iran killed 200 brave soldiers, and now losers like Russia, China, and Dems are condemning us. Can we make them next? I believe it was over 200 back in the early 80s or whatever. I think it was like 250 or something like that. Marmelin says, late pre-stream grift tax. Also, indeed, I was not paying attention to YouTube Twitter last night when you went live. I know we missed you, brother. We missed you. But I understand. And again, I really wish Trump would take into consideration certain things. And again, a lot of the black pillars are complaining about Trump and crying about Trump. And like, I'm not against complaining about Trump. I just wish that their complaints were not as misguided. Like, I have real beef with Trump right now. Real beef. Like, I got a real problem. And this is actually, I may not be able to support the GOP in 2028 based on this. So last night, I was getting ready to play Resident Evil Requiem. And I've already played it for about an hour. And I was like, I'm going to get way more into this. And then all of a sudden, the war starts. And I'm like, Trump, I'm trying to play Resident Evil. Seriously, man, what are we doing? And that's a serious issue for me. And so if we're going to complain about Trump, let's complain about Trump. But all I'm seeing is all these people making up stuff to complain about. Let's talk about some real stuff, okay? Somebody said, okay, traitor. Did you believe my... Okay, there's going to be a lot... I get it. There's a lot of people that have never watched me that have no idea that I use 80 to 90% sarcasm, all right? So... Eric John Pizza Artist says, if the world is going to end, I'll be right here kicking back, listening to George Randy Allen at Alabama on repeat until it goes down. Now give me a, oh, hell yeah. A little bit of Stone Cold Steve Austin. You had me in the first half, not going to lie. Cosmic Cowboy says, for 20, says, I don't like conflict, but I was naive to think that no new wars could actually be achieved. War sucks, but I am supporting this action by Trump. Also, Dave Smith is a freaking doormat. Hail Cobra Cast. Listen, I mean, that to me, that's kind of my stance on it too. I don't like seeing this, but ultimately, and this is the problem with a lot of these people that have never had a real job in their life or had any no real world experiences. Life is all about having to get your hands dirty. And being a leader is all about making tough decisions that are going to make other people uncomfortable. That is leadership, and that is the price to get things done. Trump knows that there's going to be a lot of people online that are going to be crying about this and creating narratives. The bottom line is leaders have to make tough decisions regardless of any of these beta males and their sensitive feelings out there. So that's just the truth of the matter. Kate says pre-game grift. What's up, Kate? Good to see you. Sky Reaver says, I don't want to look at your face anymore, but I need some trustworthy news on Iran. Well, I appreciate that. Pat K199 for 1776 says, to end the Ukraine war, another major power will need to threaten to get involved. Trump is showing the world his threats mean business because our allies don't. To maintain peace requires strength. 1000%. Zwani for 10 says, freedom certainly is not free. No, it's not. And if you don't chip in your $1.05, who will? Some people are going to understand that reference. And if you understand that reference, we can be friends. Freedom isn't free. So if you don't toss in your $1.05, who will? Thank you, Swanee. I appreciate it. All right. Team America. Whoa, 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 whoa. Breaking news. Iranian Supreme Leader the Ayatollah is dead, senior Israeli officials say. Now, again, just going off of that account. Hang on. I got to go pull a Steve Lookner. Breaking news, breaking news. Let's see. Hold on. Hold on. Don't believe anything you see online right now, okay? Just, you've got to wait. You've got to wait because you never know. Okay, so hold it before you celebrate. I'm looking for, this Bricks News account is a good account. It's a solid account, but I need to see it more confirmed than this. Okay, now I think I'm starting to see where the information is coming from. I don't know if he's confirmed dead, but he certainly got knocked the fuck out. The fuck out. All right. Okay, so let's see if we get more information on this. Managed Democracy just dropped 50 gifted memberships. Let's go. So this is about 30 minutes after we got the reports from Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu that there were signs that the Ayatollah was dead, but we don't know that yet. Okay. So I'm still waiting to see what we know. Now, he did have a press conference scheduled 5 hours ago, and we are yet to, bro is chilling with the 72 virgins. Sorry, ACC. I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to keep up with all of this. So yeah, so right now, here we go. Got to find it. It was Medicare had a tweet that I bookmarked. I can't find it right now. But yeah, he basically had a press conference, or he was going to make an address about 5 or 6 hours ago, and he's late for that. He's late. Nothing yet. We all remember this image right here.
از اون بعد
We all remember that one. There we have it. Is that the reality of where we are? Fox News is reporting on that he might be dead.
I think that we continue to go after those target sets. I think the command and control, so that Iran is fighting deaf, dumb, and blind, and then those ballistic missile threats, about 1,000 of them, that really is the only way that Iran has to project power. And you don't strike the individual missiles, you strike the launchers and the warehouses and the production facilities. And I think the combination of those two targets, standing by for internal security sites if the protests start rising up.
Secret Service has announced increased security for President Trump. I think that's a given. That's something we would expect for sure. I'm still not seeing anything confirmed. I'm continuing to look. Okay, many accounts are posting that he is dead, but I'm still not going to say that's a yes or no 100% yet. But I'm seeing a lot of accounts posting that he is dead, and that is from Israeli intelligence. That is not from the USA at this point in time, unless you're to believe that Israel controls the USA, and then by that standard, then it is from the USA. I guess it just depends on what podcaster you listen to and how you want to approach that. Iran International reporting the same. If Iranian media is reporting it, then that's going to be interesting. Cam Higbee said, breaking, man who shouts death to America gets death from America. That's a pretty good line right there. It's been rumored for several hours that he was no longer with us. But we did also get these reports that his son-in-law and daughter-in-law were also killed in the strikes that happened last night. That was about 3 or 4 hours ago. That was reported out there. So I am keeping my eye on things. Twitter is kind of a shit show right now. Let's see here. All right, so massive Trump win. Ayatollah is reported dead by Israel as official confirmation is awaited by the U.S. How are liberals going to spin this one? Now, what's interesting is if, in fact, this is true, now that doesn't mean that everything is over, yada, yada, yada. But here's what I want you to chew on right here. And this is the best point. And this is the most level-headed and best point I have heard anybody make right here. Michael Knowles says this right here. This is perfect.
If this goes south, President Trump is risking not only his foreign policy credibility, but perhaps his whole presidential legacy in precisely the way George W. Bush did.
I agree with that. If this is the risk versus reward factor of what is happening in Iran. Trump is rolling. He's putting everything on this one, everything. And I know that there are people like me and a lot of you that are going to still know that Trump is great, but it's about the optics. If this goes south, it would be bad for him.
However, if this works, if the United States ousts the Ayatollah, who has been an enemy of the United States since the regime took power in 1979, if the United States succeeds in regime change in Iran and helps to bring about a more pro-Western and more popular regime there, this will be the greatest foreign policy accomplishment of any president in our lifetime since the end of the Cold War. So all of that to say, we don't know what's going to happen, and anyone who tells you what's going to happen tomorrow or the day after in a war is lying to you or ignorant. However, the one thing we know with certainty is the stakes could not possibly be higher for the White House.
That's true. And listen, and I say this, was it Mays Moore or was it, hang on. There was a post I wanted to show. Man, there is so much news happening right now. But the thing is, and that's what's happening on social media right now is that I'm somewhat of an Iranian expert myself. We're seeing a lot of that go on. And it's important, like right here. Okay, so this is essentially what we're seeing on social media. All right, so they were Epstein files experts, but now Iran war expert. Now, even me, and I could have the opportunity to flex. I could, but I rarely ever flex like that, okay? But I'm going to flex right now for a minute, all right? To let you know that I'm not flexing. Now, I could tell you exactly what's going to go down in this Iran war. I could tell you everything that's going to happen over the next 3 to 5 days, over the next, 2 to 4 weeks. Why could I tell you that? Because I served 4 tours in Modern Warfare 2. All right? Now, I don't like to brag about this, and there's a lot of things about my time in the Modern Warfare 2 lobbies that I don't really want to remember. But I don't pretend to know every answer because I served in Modern Warfare 2. A lot of these people on Twitter, they think because they played a video game, they know everything. That's the difference between them and me. So we will see what the latest is here. Jeremy turned into a total smart ass, a pretend know-it-all. That's true. Okay, so at this time, multiple reports are claiming that the Iran Supreme Leader has been killed and that his body was recovered during Trump's operation in Iran. This is still developing. There has been no United States confirmation that I can find right now. Now, we also did see these videos of these Iranian kids celebrating. So we're seeing that across social media right now. But Owen Schroyer is very upset, and we should worry about his feelings. His feelings matter more than anyone else's, for sure. Okay, breaking. Netanyahu has viewed footage showing the body of Supreme Leader, marking the officials described as the end of an era. It's being widely reported, but still not by any United States sources. So until I hear from a U.S. source, specifically the Trump White House, I am not going to believe this. I'm not going to believe this. Ghost said, let's see. Ghost says, once again, Owen Schroyer went to prison for MAGA. You haven't done shit. I sit on my ass and make super chats for MAGA. Tell me who else is doing that. Okay? Tell me who else. And I put memes of Trump up. So yeah, pretty sure I've got the street cred to back up what I'm saying. Okay.
Live coverage continues in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
All right. Trying to see. Nothing from the Trump White House yet. Nothing yet. I feel like we should keep this image up right now because I think the chat would like that for right now until we can get some confirmation. Let me see here. Nothing there, nothing there. There was a live protest in New York, by the way. Yes, liberals are apparently protesting the Iran attacks in New York as we speak. Let me see if that stream is still up. If this is live, I believe this is live.
I remember I saw you at the Washington Square Park. Do you want to have a conversation? Are you still working with the People's Forum?
They're like zombies.
Who will be next?
Bro, look at that,
Still
though.
working with at the Washington Square Park. Do you want to have a
They're
conversation?
zombies.
Are you still working with the People's Forum?
It's like a deleted scene from season 1 of The Walking Dead. Let's see. What is this? Okay. That's not funny. That's
I'm
not
gonna be
funny.
honest with
That's
you
not
guys.
funny.
I think we're fucked. The Americans have surrounded us. They brought aircraft carriers and B-2 bombers and shit like that. So, totally unrelated to that news, I have to take a tiny little vacation to the Caribbean. You know, I have family retreat. Very important that I go. They miss me very much. Plus, I'm usually the life of the party. Anyway, I will see you later and, good luck in the coming days. Okay.
All right. Still looking for confirmation from the United States, which we do not have. We do have Iranian teenagers celebrating the strikes on the Ayatollah's regime in their country and saying, I love Trump. Make Trump king at this point in time. Make him king. Okay. Let me go back to this feed. I want to see. I'm keeping my eye on all of the official Trump administration feeds. Benny Johnson just posted. Where did it go? Benny Johnson just posted that he's that the Ayatollah is dead. Hang on, let me go back. Twitter skipped it out on me. So, Benny Johnson says breaking: Iran Supreme Leader Ayatollah has been confirmed dead. Now, I think Benny is still going on the Israeli sources, but now it says according to Axios. Let's see, Israel's ambassador to the United States has informed senior officials in Washington that the Ayatollah has been killed. So that is, again, Axios. I don't believe Axios. A lot of those times they're full of shit. But this looks like this is legit. This looks like he's done. Trying to see this. Wait for them to go back live and see if they confirm anything. Let's get to the live.
Telling Axios in a new interview that he believes he has off-ramps after today's strike, suggesting a diplomatic solution could still remain. Our Fox team coverage happens right now. Trey Yingst is live on the ground in Tel Aviv.
But first, our correspondent CB Cotton reporting live outside of the United Nations, where we expect to hear at the UN Security Council from Michael Waltz soon. Hey, CB.
Hey, John. So we're less than an hour out from this emergency session of today's Emergency Security Council meeting. This meeting was requested by at least 5 countries, and we know France will give its.
Thomas Massey, very upset, very, very upset that the Ayatollah is no longer with us. Yeah, he's hit the toughest. So this is a tough day for Thomas Massey. Really sorry about that, Thomas. That's going to be a tough one for you to campaign on, I guess. So that's tough. All right. Thomas Massey's friend. Okay. So we do have crowds are gathering in Boston to support President Trump. So we do have people that are gathering in Boston to support Trump.
My hands are full. I'm sorry.
Okay. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let me catch up on it. Nandy, what's up, Nandy? For 50, it says, gang avoiding X for weeks. Never felt better. Wait till our government confirms it. That is my least favorite part of what I do is that I have to be on social media all day long. And I do believe that social media absolutely, these people that, they get online and they preach about how all of these things are bad for you, but they're getting on social media to tell you that other things are bad for you, when in reality, being on social media all day long is the worst thing for you. But these people like to get on social media to preach to other people that other things are bad for you. It's almost like the billboard sign when you're driving down the interstate and there's a billboard sign that says, "Don't text and drive." And it's like, you just put up a fucking billboard on the interstate telling me not to text and drive. In order for me to read your stupid billboard, I have to look away from traffic to read your stupid billboard. It's safer to text and drive at that point, you stupid idiots. Like, what are you doing? Hey, let's save lives by putting signs up so people can read about not texting and driving. By the way, when I mean get off social media, I don't mean my channel. You should stay on my channel. You should get off of every other social media platform, though. My channel, that's the exception to the rule. Thank you, Nandy. I appreciate it, man. Zwani says street cred tax. Absolutely. Sinestro says Trump moves so damn fast. Dems can't stay focused on one thing to hate. First it was Ukraine, then free Palestine, no king, stop ICE, Epstein files. Now it's Iran. This is perfect. Spot on. Odin the German Shepherd says, Cobracast is my only social media. That's what's up, brother. I appreciate that. Even when we disagree on stuff, you're cool, man. But Sinestro says, yeah, Trump moves so fast, Dems can't stay focused on one thing to hate. First it was Ukraine, then free Palestine, then no kings, then the stop ICE, Epstein files, now it's Iran. Next week, they'll be crying about something else. That is very, very accurate indeed. John Wayne says the amount of whiny, hysterical, menstrual bleeding screamers is the sky is falling in the chat and comments of last night's stream was unreal. All losers and pessimists. Well, I mean, again, though, this is a mega viral thing. So it's just like we're transcending my normal audience, which is totally fine with me. The point of being online is to, get as many people to watch your shit as possible. Let's hear what this update is really quick.
We just got this in literally 2 minutes ago, but Fox News can confirm that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead.
Whoa!
Following Israeli strikes against his compound and location earlier today.
Whoa!
A senior Israeli official confirming this news. Earlier tonight, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu describing the strikes not only against the supreme leader, but against much of the Iranian leadership. We know the breakdown in strikes focused on leadership for the Israelis and military targets initially for the Americans, and has since expanded as this campaign is expected to continue in the days and possibly even weeks ahead. as we're looking at the current situation across the region, we're also gathering new information on what the Israelis have been doing against Iran. We are told from a military official that the largest Israeli Air Force sortie against any country in the world was conducted this morning with 200 Israeli fighter jets targeting 500 different locations, dropping hundreds of munitions on a variety of different targets inside of Iran. The Israelis, while they were going after leadership, were also looking to neutralize the incoming ballistic missile fire that has targeted their country throughout the day. Sirens sounded across Israel throughout the afternoon, sending millions of people into bomb shelters. But again, the takeaway here, the Israelis have killed Iran's supreme leader. That is being confirmed to Fox News by a senior Israeli official.
Now,
John, Sandra.
Okay, so Trey, you're obviously breaking that.
They are confirming this through the same source that everybody else is, but they know who these people are. So again, I don't believe everything Fox News says, but this seems to be, until I hear it from the Trump administration, it's 100%, but this is pretty solid sourcing right
News
here.
for us just now. We'll be looking for reaction, obviously, on the ground in Iran and all over the Middle East region.
Absolutely. This is a major blow to the Iranian regime. Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, was not a figurehead. He was the man in charge of decisions as it relates to Iran's nuclear program, their expanding ballistic missile program, the hardline positions that made it impossible for the Americans to reach a diplomatic solution with the Iranians. And that led to a variety of conversations behind the scenes. And I can also report, having just gotten off of a background call with a U.S. official, that there were attempts made by the Trump administration, really olive branches given to the Iranians at the negotiating table, asking them to find a solution on the nuclear issue. These other issues, their ballistic missile program, their support of regional proxies, and even the crackdown on protesters, the Trump administration initially was willing to ignore those issues.
I really, really hope that we get another moment like this. If you guys remember, Jimmy Kimmel tried to make fun of Trump with this, and it ended up making Trump look like the coolest person ever. So I hope we get another moment from Trump like this.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden.
Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead.
The United States launched a targeted operation against that compound.
They did a lot of shooting and they did a lot of blasting, even not going through the front door. You know, you think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you say, knock, knock, may I come in?
After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body.
He died like a dog.
But his death does not mark the end of our effort.
A beautiful dog. A talented dog.
We give thanks for the men who carried out this operation.
And I don't get any credit for this, but that's okay. I never do. But here we are.
May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
And I'm writing a book. I think I wrote 12 books. All did very well.
Trying to make fun of Trump, and you only make him look like the coolest person ever. So I can't wait for Trump's speech.
And despite the efforts by top negotiators that were sent to Oman and to Switzerland, whether it be Special Envoy Steve Witkoff or President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who we know have been working across the region around the clock over the past year, not just on this issue, but also to get a ceasefire in Gaza and implement the new Board of Peace to create stability in the region. The understanding was that the Iranian regime and the supreme leader himself, these were the last hurdles for the region between stability and instability. And this decision was made overnight by President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to launch these extensive strikes across Iran in order to neutralize that threat. President Trump overnight, when he made those remarks, said there could be American casualties. This is going to be a difficult fight because no war is easy, despite the fact that by tomorrow, the Israelis believe they will have air superiority over the skies of Iran.
Many people have seen there's a lot of reports saying his body has been found. It is 100% confirmed at this point in time. So those are a lot of the reports that we're seeing. Still waiting to hear directly from the Trump administration on this, but it's being widely reported now the Ayatollah is dead and that they have confirmed it with finding his body in the rubble of an obliterated compound. So I think that it's a perfect time once again to play this iconic viral moment right here. We all remember this one. There it is right there.
Group in southern Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen. Hezbollah, according to an intelligence official I spoke to recently, still has thousands of rockets and missiles, and around half of them are within range of Israeli cities. And this is a serious threat still posed to Israel, despite the fact that the Israelis have degraded and destroyed much of the Hezbollah arsenal. It still poses a threat to Israel. You might remember, as we reported.
Breaking news, the Ayatollah is upset. Okay, Ayatollah's upset. So he says that he is very upset because when he was told he would get 72 virgins, he didn't realize that it was just a bunch of Reddit mods that were dudes. That's a bad deal right there. Like, that's a bad deal. He was very upset that he really thought that the 72 virgins were going to be a bunch of women, but in fact, it turned out to be a bunch of male Reddit mods. Fuck, that's gotta suck. Another win for Trump.
Iran's supreme leader was targeted.
Oof.
They would get directly involved in this war. And so that is where Israel is focused right now. As it relates to the situation on the ground in Iran, we do have to step back amid all of this military action and these serious decisions that were made by President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There is still an understanding about how the structure of the Iranian regime operates. Iran's supreme leader reportedly had already prepared successors. Iran's IRGC had already prepared successors for the top commanders of their military, understanding that if a war erupted, these would be the individuals targeted in such a conflict. And so this isn't over. This is actually just beginning. But it does raise questions about the future of the region and where things are headed once this does conclude.
I think what this does show is if this gets confirmed through the Trump administration, and again, all reports are saying that this, like I said, I know Israel officials are saying it. I know Israel officials are confirming it to Fox News. It says Israel officials have sent a letter to the United States confirming this. Once the Trump administration confirms it directly, right now I'm 99% on it. I'll be 100% when the Trump administration confirms it. Now, with that said, once that happens, this shows us the insane accuracy of these operations that Trump and Pete Hegseth are, mapping out. We saw it in Venezuela when everybody freaked out when the Venezuela thing happened. Now, to be fair, if I'm supposed to believe this is World War III, what happened to the last 4 World War IIIs that the Panicans said was happening? How can this be World War III if all the other situations were World War III? Make it make sense. Because by your definition of World War III, we should be on World War VIII at this point, or World War IX. You remember the 12-day war last year? That was World War III. Venezuela was World War III. Everything is World War III to these clowns. Every single thing. So, which is it? Which is it? Okay, we get this. Let's hear what they're saying again.
Missiles, likely in the days ahead. When they have no nuclear weapon, they have a limited supply of missile launchers, and their regional proxies have been decimated over the past 2.5 years. It raises a very significant question. What does Iran have left to fight with if this is an extended campaign that lasts for several days or several weeks? They certainly do pose a threat. They have anti-ship missiles. They have ballistic missiles. But their ability that they had, and really we should look at October of 2023, the ability that they had before the war began with Hamas launching the brutal massacre into southern Israel on the morning of October 7th. When you think back 2.5 years ago, This is a totally different Iranian regime. It is a weakened regime. It is a regime that cracked down on protesters, slaughtering, according to President Trump, 32,000 of their own civilians. That's behavior from a regime that is cornered, understanding that they have very limited options of how to respond. And so the days ahead will be quite interesting to see how the Israeli
FAFO. That's where we are. John freaking Murdoch for 50 says, hey, Jeremy, I did notice you had another live stream last night, but in my sleep deprived state, I thought I was seeing things and went back to sleep. Sorry, man. It's all good, brother. It's all, honestly, I was so tired. I was picking fights with people in the chat just so I could keep my energy level up. Today I'm picking fights because that's just normally what I do. But last night I was picking fights just because I was trying to keep my energy level up. Julianne says, thank God for Trump. Hail the 199. Thank you. Ministry of Wrong Thing says, I was literally in the middle of trying to finish up your 3 a.m. Panicking chat stream. And here I see you're live again. And Iran's leader is not live anymore. What a timeline. What a timeline indeed. Let's see. Hellrat says, D-Day Cobra, this isn't war, just aggressive negotiations. I like your thinking on that. John Jones says, USA, USA, USA. Lydium X Games says, got my CobraCast hoodie, watching you while grinding on my project's tax. Hail to you and the snake pit. That's what's up. And yes, if you're interested, we have a short campaign for the hoodie I'm wearing over on Ripasend. Mods can drop a link to that. You can go check that out, or you can get the bundle for our meetup that's happening in about 3 weeks in Orlando. So you can go check out either one or both if you're interested. And the mods will drop a link and I will pin that post. Let's see. McEnany has truthed Bunny Mom. You talking about Kaylee McEnany? Let's see here. Let me see if we get any.
Been at the meeting, though he doesn't really hold power in Iran. We don't know if members of the IRGC top leadership were there as well. But where do you think this all stands at this point, and where is it headed?
Well, I think Trey gave some great insights.
Bro, people are just DMing the Ayatollah on Twitter. He died with DMs open. Twitter is a wild place, bro. Twitter is a wild place. People are DMing dead dictators now. Oh, goodness. One more time. Here we go.
Yeah, Sandra, we just got this in literally 2 minutes ago, but Fox News can confirm that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead following Israeli strikes
Died like a dog.
His compound and location earlier today. A senior Israeli official confirming this news. Earlier tonight, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu describing the strikes not only against the supreme leader, but against much of the Iranian leadership.
So there you have it.
Yes, Sandra.
So President Trump is the greatest president of all time, and it's not even close. Let's see. John Fetterman has been in complete support of President Trump through all of this, shockingly enough. I mean, he's been one of the more level-headed Democrats for a while. So Ehab says, while this is probably done for oil and Israel war with Iran at some point was unavoidable, they've been starting things for decades. It makes the world safer and the region more stable. And Managed Democracy did drop those 50 gifted memberships. I shouted it out in the moment, but I wanted to circle back to that. Thank you so much. 50 gifted memberships. Insane. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, brother. Palto says, Venezuela, Iran, the allies of China and Russia are quickly falling. Trump is the most consequential president in a long time. Anyone blackpilling should tune out and vote for Kamala. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand this blackpilling aspect, but whatever works for you, man. But it just seems like patience is the best way to focus and react to these things. Epic New Photos just dropped a President Trump and Marco Rubio at Mar-a-Lago during the Iran strikes. J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, Scott Bassett, and others tuning in the Situation Room. The Dream Team, freedom wins. There is President Trump rocking the USA hat. Boom. And look at J.D. Advanced. Look at him. Number 48 sitting there with Tulsi Gabbard. Hell yeah. That's what's up, man. So if you're just tuning in, we are just getting breaking news that the supreme leader of Iran is dead. He died like a dog. That is from Israel officials. So I have not heard anything from the Trump administration directly yet, but Fox News is reporting it. Other media outlets are reporting it. It's all over the place. This is a photo of Iran's supreme leader. Dead body has been shown to Trump. That's reported by Raw's Alerts. Now, I like this account. He does a good job. He's also a gay furry. So take that for what you will. The person that runs this account is a gay furry. So I'm not sure how much we can rely on his reporting at all times. Being a gay furry is very much it's a problem. So just want to point that out. Tobias Nexus for us that.
Top Iranian leaders who were all meeting at a compound in Tehran today. Let's bring in Mark Levin now, host of Liberty.
No, I don't. Listen, no. I don't want to hear from Mark Levin. I'm sorry. I would rather listen. Well, not Lindsey Graham, because that's just as bad. I don't want to hear from Mark Levin. So I am muting that. If you guys want to go watch Mark Levin spout his bullshit, then go for it. But I'm not interested in that shit at all. His pronouns were I was. Let's see. Samwa says, geez, Trump exposing how bullshit these forever wars were with Venezuela and now Iran. And that's the beauty of it. I don't know how long this Iran situation is going to take. It's probably going to be a lot. It's going to be a little bit longer than Venezuela. But it does show how ridiculous the forever wars have been with like the Bush administration and all of that. Tree Bear. What's up, Tree Bear? Well, I saw your super chat and now it's disappeared. Oh, there's what do you think about the censorship in the new Pokemon release on Switch? You can't name your rival, Fig, etc. Hail to 199. Yeah, I mean, I that's not shocking to me, but obviously I'm against any type of censorship, but yeah, that's kind of standard these days, unfortunately, with you can't put certain words like that in it. Zioni says, Tucker called Trump evil for striking Iran. I understand skepticism, but Tucker has become a simp for Islamic countries and has been counter-signaling. Here's the thing about that. I know I saw reports of what Tucker was saying. Interestingly enough, Trump keeps having him at the White House. So, and I'm not really sure what to make of that. Trump has him at the White House. Tucker counter signals. Trump has him at the White House. I'm not sure. It's a very strange dynamic between him and Trump right now that I don't fully understand. Fun with Collecting says, let's see, Riggs, I'm getting too old for this shit. 3 a.m. Cobra. Jaeger Bob says, I'm still alive. I can't say much. It's bad. Bahrain is going through it. This is going to be long and rough. Well, be safe, brother. Be safe. Keep your enemies closer, Jeremy. That's fair. That's fair. Babo Yogi says, the problem is with the lefties is that they are so accustomed to nothing getting fixed. Their hamster IQs can't process things getting done. Mod lives matter, chat lives matter. I agree right there. Random commentator dude says, everything is crazy. Boy George just posted in a conservative take and the Hodge twins are sounding like libs. It's wild. Boy George is still alive? I didn't even know Boy George was still alive. And Boy George is not only is Boy George still alive, he's making conservative takes. What? Now that is some breaking news if I've ever heard. That's pretty crazy. I was not prepared for that one. I was not prepared for that at all. Okay, let's see what we got. All right. Yep. Yeah, this is going around now. So. Mark Aureli says Grok thinks that your reporting is spot on and that you're smart. I told Grok that you're married and probably wouldn't be interested in AI. Some of the things you see from Grok is so funny. The 1A train says this channel is the wind beneath my wings, and I mean that in the most hetero way possible. Well, I appreciate it. Johnny the Wizkid says I'm popping a Pepsi to celebrate 3 victories this month: Venezuela, Mexico, and now Iran. We're just on a roll, aren't we? Make Iran Persian again. It's looking interesting. I think it's interesting to go back to what Michael Knowles said, and I think that a few years ago, not a few years ago, but let's say 5 years ago, 6, 7. If you'd have told me Michael Knowles was the most respectable member of the Daily Wire, I would have called you crazy. And yet here we are, where not only is Michael Knowles the most respected member of the Daily Wire, he's the only respected member of the Daily Wire. And this is the best take.
If this goes south, President Trump is risking not only his foreign policy credibility, but perhaps his whole presidential legacy in precisely the way George W. Bush did. However, if this works, if the United States ousts the Ayatollah, who has been an enemy of the United States since the regime took power in 1979, if the United States succeeds in regime change in Iran and helps to bring about a more pro-Western and more popular regime there, this will be the greatest foreign policy accomplishment of any president in our lifetime since the end of the Cold War. So all of that to say, we don't know what's going to happen, and anyone who tells you what's going to happen tomorrow or the day after in a war is lying to you or ignorant. However, the one thing we know with certainty is the stakes could not possibly be higher for the White House.
That is true. The stakes could not be higher, and that's what's crazy about this. Is this could have gone in one direction or the other in the craziest way possible. It seems to be trending in a very positive way for President Trump based on the information that we have. So that's where we are. Did I do the 6-7 meme or something like that? I saw everybody typing the 6-7 bullshit. Listen, maybe I'm just too old. I keep up with a lot of internet lore. I don't know what the hell the 6-7 meme is. I have no idea. So, but I saw you guys spamming it. So I don't know. Did I say that? Yeah, you did the 6. When did I do that? Oh, because I probably said like 6 or 7 years. Oh God. Yeah. Okay. I have no idea what that meme means. I really don't. I feel like the old man yelling at the clouds on that one. I'm just like, what does it even mean? Fennel Floyd says, I feel like I'm my mom reading a Facebook post, not understanding it, And like I said, it's going to happen on Facebook. Somebody is going to AI a dinosaur walking through Iran. They're going to upload it to Facebook, and a bunch of old people are going to believe that we released dinosaurs in Iran to take over. And then you have to tell your grandma or whatever. You're like, Grandma, no, there's no dinosaurs in Iran. They didn't release a T-Rex. That's not real. Like, I saw it on Facebook, sweetie. You're like, I know you saw it on Facebook, but that's not real. Okay. They're opening a Jurassic Park in Iran. Philip Floyd says the retards who get hysterical over every action and are ultimately proven wrong are getting hysterical again. When will they learn? They won't. Let her live her dream. Green says Saudi can be the next. As far as I'm concerned, we still owe them for September 11th. Hail the 199 and God bless America and President Trump. ACC says reports are flooding in that Ayatollah's body is found. You were right about it. Look at that. You were way ahead of the curve, bro. You were way ahead of the curve. The Under Armour Gaming says I think 6-7 should be an auto ban. Just kidding. Wraithler says 6-7 activates people like sleeper cells. What is this one? Yeah. Oh, the memes are glorious today. They're absolutely glorious. I'm loving it. MAGA Mike says all the worst people on the internet are really upset about this. That's how you know Trump is making the right decision. MAGA. Damn right. A-Rod says, funny how all the fake MAGA panicans are so quick to believe the propaganda of our enemies. Olympian Product says, it's so weird that this VIG is now my #1 news source. Sorry, Tim, you've been replaced. I try my best. Captain JPS says, Trump taking over the world in the middle of the night tax. Your Barmy says, Trader Jeremy, greater than Trader Joe's. Harley Davis is tuning in to the largest hostage rescue operation ever. Hail to you, Harley Dave. Good to see you here, man. Mike for 10 says, finally, Trump gave us some satisfaction some 50 years later. All right, let's see what the latest updates are.
And for their also learned that the U.S. alone, the U.S. military alone, has carried out nearly 900 strikes in the last airstrikes in the last 12 hours. That is a
you see
incredibly
that?
high number of strikes.
You see that headline there? U.S. officials, senior U.S. official. So 5 to 10 of the top leaders in Iran are dead. That's a senior U.S. official.
Were so successful was because Israel had Mossad agents on the ground who were directing activities for the aircraft that were overhead. Do we have any idea? And one of the other things about the 12-day war that was so brilliant on the part of the Israelis is they managed to attract, to bring together top members of the IRGC leadership, and then they eliminated them. Do we know what the Mossad's potential role was here in making sure that they had everybody in the right place at the right time to launch this strike?
I think it's safe to assume, John, that this was an intelligence-driven operation, and the people who have the best intelligence in that region tend to be Mossad. If you look at what happened last summer in terms of Lebanon and the drawing together of those leaders as well, taking out and decapitating Hezbollah, this is a style of attack and strike.
Bro, just in, Iranian state media continues to insist that he's alive and is commanding the field. Supreme leader is alive and he is commanding the field, everyone.
And leaders were killed in that strike, including the IRGC commander killed alongside Ali Khamenei.
Jen, if you could you also give us any further details that we have learned about attacks on U.S. military bases in the Middle East? What do we know at this point?
Well, we know that there have been at least 300 missiles fired by Iran today. Some of them have been missiles, some drones targeting various U.S. military bases. A lot of people may not realize that the U.S. has bases in almost every Gulf country. So from Oman to Kuwait to UAE to Qatar, as well as in Saudi Arabia. In fact, I've just received word from a very senior military source that the U.S. base, the Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, is currently under attack by Iranian ballistic missiles, and that the Saudis are currently shooting down those missiles. But this is a big escalation, and we reported earlier today how significant it was that the Saudis had decided to get off the sidelines and decide to say that they were joining in this operation against Iran once Iran fired missiles into Iranian territory, because they're also firing into some of the areas where oil production.
We have a this is an exclusive Cobra Cast. This is why so many of you are watching right now. But we have exclusive footage of the moment that it was confirmed that the Ayatollah was dead. This is exclusive footage from the White House right here. Exclusive moment right here.
Get the fuck out of bed, bitch. Go. Get up, up, again they got go. Time to wake up, bitch, get up. Get up, yeah. Get up.
There you go, right there. CobraCast exclusive.
Everything that it's got and everybody in the region as it crumbles. The question is, how many ballistic missiles does it have? And I'm sure that our ability to defend against them is finite. I mean, how much do we have left in terms of missile defense?
Well, I think we have plenty of missile defense right now. I mean, it's not infinite, but what I have learned is that Iran has fired about 300 missiles today. They have about 2,000 long-range missiles and 2,000 shorter-range missiles. That is really significant because they were building up. Remember, a lot of those missile supplies were attrited last summer during Operation Midnight Hammer, but it seems, and sources have told me, that one of the reasons it was so urgent and needed that Israel and the United States felt that they needed to act is that if Iran had had another year, they would have had 1,000 more ballistic missiles. They were building them at such a pace and resupplying despite having lost so many last year.
Jen, before you go,
last night somebody, because I was complaining about Jennifer Griffin, somebody in my comments afterwards, they were like, Jennifer Griffin works for the Pentagon. And I'm like, he said she doesn't work for Fox News. She works for the Pentagon. I'm like, no, she doesn't. She works for Fox News as the correspondent for the Pentagon. She doesn't work for the Pentagon. She works for Fox News as a correspondent. So just wanted to correct that. Is he dead? Yes. By all accounts, he is dead. It looks like even United States officials are confirming it as well. Okay, so if this does, if this doesn't confirm it, I'm not sure what does.
Assalamu alaikum, bitches. This is your new supreme leader speaking. Well, I warned Ali this would happen, and he just kept talking trash like we couldn't Maduro his old ass. Anyway, enjoy your new freedom, people. We're going to have bikini parties, all-you-can-eat buffets, dancing to country music, and singing karaoke all night long. We're going to have the best fiestas with delicious margaritas and sexy mamacitas. If you're a woman, you can finally take off that ridiculous bedsheet these idiots made you wear. You're free to be smart and beautiful and to wear whatever you want. Under my regime, you can now vote, as long as you vote Republican. If you think about it, you can only vote Republican because there will be no Democrat Party here. Everything they touch turns to shit, believe me.
That is a real video. That is a real video. So, yeah, right now we are at a point where I don't know if strikes are continuing. You know, Ayatollah dead before GTA 6. Yeah. Tel Aviv right here.
There's one above you if you look up. Okay.
Holy shit.
Massive explosions right now.
Oh, I got video of it too on another one. I got another
City
feed
of Tel Aviv. You can hear the car alarms going off. That was an incredibly powerful explosion as the Iranians are continuing their ballistic missile fire against central Israel.
Hey, Trey, can you hear us?
He's scared to death, and he should be.
Don't know if Trey's got his ears in. That really sounded like
that
sounded like a missile that actually hit, as opposed to one that was intercepted. There's a bit of a different sound. You hear a very loud boom overhead, but it doesn't reverberate in the way that one does. Trey, was that a strike that actually hit the ground there?
We're not sure, John, and sorry about that. We didn't have our hearing, and that attack came very quickly with little warning. But that was probably the heaviest explosion that has hit Tel Aviv since this began. You can hear the car alarms, and right here, just off to my left shoulder, there's another interceptor round going up, and you may or may not see the interception itself, but that explosion was so heavy that it set off all of these car alarms around the area. It's unclear, John, if it did indeed hit anything. But again, this is what the Israelis have been dealing with amid this incoming Iranian ballistic missile fire. And,
got this feed right here. So this was this was like probably a minute and a half ago right here. This is a live feed right here. Woo! Holy shit. And he is now moved inside. He is now inside on this feed.
We don't. We know that earlier today, dozens of missiles were fired into Israel. This barrage is quite heavy. And again, the Iranians weren't necessarily firing everything that they could earlier today. They are a country that also prepares for war and prolonged campaigns. And so part of the reason that we've moved inside, and you see for the past 2.5 years, when we need to move, our security tells us this is the time to go, and we move right away in order to get to these protected areas. But what we just saw there, and I don't want to describe too much of it, there are operational security implications we're very careful about in terms of the Israelis as they're operating, but the air defense systems that were active in the city and in the heart of Tel Aviv, it's an indication that the Iranians are firing as deep as they can get toward Israeli civilian and military targets. And so the amount of fire is the heaviest that it has been since this began with the U.S. and Israeli strikes early this morning.
Trey, that was absolutely heart-stopping as we all took that in together, and we just absolutely pray for your safety and the safety of your crew and team there. We're getting a little bit more information now. As we were talking to Jen Griffin earlier, we noted that we had not heard directly from the White House since confirmation the Supreme Leader was dead. And now apparently President Trump has spoken to NBC News and said, quote, the people that make all the decisions, most of them are gone, he confirmed to another outlet. He said on the reports of the Supreme Leader's death, we feel that that is a correct story. And that would be the first that we've heard from President Trump since we learned of the Supreme Leader's death, Trey.
Absolutely. And this is a perfect time to break some news to you that I was in the middle of typing up when this incoming ballistic missile fire began. And I'm just going to read it to you right now. Fox News has learned from a senior Israeli security official. Israel assesses that more than 40 senior Iranian security and regime figures were killed in strikes during the opening operation that Israel launched this morning with the United States against the Iranian regime. This official goes on to say this is one of the largest regime decapitation operations conducted in modern warfare history.
Wow.
And that Israeli intelligence managed to infiltrate the Iranian security echelon, making the strikes possible, this official explained. But again, this news just coming into us, we were able to confirm it, that a senior Israeli official telling Fox News more than 40 senior Iranian security and regime figures were killed in the opening strike this morning. And John and Sandra, as you can hear on our phones here, and we're going to stay here. Our security is giving me the nod to stay here. Tel Aviv is under a significant attack right now. And again, this news breaking that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, has been killed. We are now reporting exclusively that 40 senior regime figures were also killed in the strikes. The Iranians are going to try to target as much of Israel as possible, and that's exactly what is happening right now.
Yeah, well, that's a big change from what we had heard earlier.
I just saw this right here. That's live right now. At least this AP feed. This is live on the AP feed that I'm watching right now. Okay, we'll cut back to this one for now. Nothing
is set up. This is really important to discuss. It's a tiered structure, and Iran's supreme leader, according to reports, had already designated people who would take over if he were killed in the event of a war. And so there are people already ready to step into the shoes of the supreme leader and rule with the same iron fist. That also goes for Iran's IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, responsible for launching these ballistic missiles that we are covering right now. And so when you step back and look at the idea of regime change, officials here understand that this may be the ultimate goal of both the Americans and the Israelis. But it is a challenging path ahead. This war is not going to be over quickly. This could last for days, if not weeks.
And we do have it. JD Advance has confirmed the death of the Ayatollah right here. So JD advanced directly firsthand. He heard all of the skepticism and he said, I know that there's a lot of skepticism. I'm going to go confirm this myself. So JD Advance goes to confirm it himself. What a guy. And this is why he's going to make a great 48th president. So there you have it.
The Americans are preparing for a prolonged campaign, understanding that this isn't going to simply be an easy thing to do. And while we're talking, John and Sandra here, I can feel my phone vibrating in my pocket. We have sources and okay, so we can report right now that at least one impact site, a source is telling me, I don't want to give the location of that live on air, but there are impacts in Tel Aviv. This barrage was much more significant than the previous barrages.
Yeah, that obviously was incredibly significant as we all took that in together. Trey, we're being told the permanent rep for Israel to the UN is speaking right now. We'll give you a chance to catch your breath. Danny Danon is speaking right now. Let's see if we can catch some of that.
To the brave soldiers of the US, the IDF, our Air Force, intelligence and security services, you are defending our people with courage and resolve. You stand like lions. Our entire nation stands behind you. To the brave people of Iran, we stand with you. We admire your courage. Our war is not with you, but with the murderous regime that continues to plan attacks against us and has crushed the Iranian people for almost 50 years. History has taught us what happens when declared threats are ignored.
Okay. So somebody said Indian Snape. Oh my God. Chad is undefeated. Indian Snape has got to be the best comment I've seen. Holy crap. Internet is undefeated. Tittle says for 20 says, I have been waiting for this since the Trade Center for $20. Thank you. Eric says, I put two things in the CobraCast chat. Lefty morons are getting ready for mass protests supporting the Iranian government. Let me see if I can pull that up really quickly. So there are, I mean, let me see if the protest is still happening in New York that we were watching earlier. Yeah. Apparently this is happening right now in New York.
They're saying that the United States is the #1 terrorist. Not Taliban, not Hamas. Oh, you made it. You found us. So actually, this you can show. This actually used to be a migrant shelter. I know this is a different kind of video. I'm obviously not going to talk in too much detail about it. Do you see why it's all wrapped up? So that Colombian woman, this is the hotel that she was referencing. She was talking about the Row Hotel, and you can see that's why it's all boarded up. This is a beautiful 4-star hotel. We covered this hotel extensively. This is where we put up illegal immigrants for years here. This is a hotel where you're paying $400 a night for. It was totally closed off for years. This was a huge crisis in this country, and we were there for all of it. All right.
So right here is what Eric sent me. The left is conducting a hands-off Iran protest. Good Lord, man. Hands-off Iran. The left... These people are absolutely, unbelievably stupid. You've got to be kidding me. This is the Free Palestine crowd, by the way. They have pre-made signs. Yes, all of these people have pre-made signs. Okay, so that one, that ended that stream. So let's go back over to here for a minute and see. So yeah, all these pre-made signs for these protests that just happened out of nowhere. President Trump has confirmed the United States government believes the Ayatollah is dead. That's still not at 100% confirmation, and I'm assuming that he's talking about what Trump said to NBC, where he says that he believes, but we're still not getting like 100%. But who's funding this shit? Probably George Soros. Probably. Did this guy go live again? Let me see. No, he's not live. Let's see right here. Seeing if there's any other feeds right now of any of the protests going on. Don't see anything right now. CBS is live. Nobody cares about CBS News, though. The Bella Stella says it's 12:36 a.m. We just got an emergency alert that there's a potential missile alert. It's going to be a long night. Yeah, and that's probably you're probably talking about what we were just covering with that Fox News clip where the attacks were happening. That was a pretty intense moment for sure.
Specifically, where there's perhaps some hope that there'll be a breakout away from this theocratic regime and for the people to kind of organize around. There is some hope of that. Maybe that's also why we're not seeing the Iranian military, the professional military, coming out to fight. But certainly the IRGC, it's kind of a government and a military.
So it's the IRGC that's firing the missiles and the drones?
I would probably have a high probability that's the case.
Okay, just can I get your reaction? Obviously, we're trying to re-rack what we just heard happen there in Tel Aviv. Okay, we're going to play this out for any of our viewers who were not tuned in just a few minutes ago as Trey Yingst was reporting live from Tel Aviv. This was what we were seeing and hearing in real time. Watch.
Insane.
Brent, obviously a heart-stopping moment that we all took in together. What was your reaction there? And obviously, could this be an indication there's more to come?
I think there is very high probability there's more to come, and certainly prayers for your crew there in Israel. It's not the first time I've been watching them dodge missiles and bomb blasts in the past. Unfortunately, there's probably going to be some of these larger scale attacks to come. But again, as we see over the next day or two, if they become more sporadic and the targeting less guided by some strategic purpose, that should be an indication that the leadership's not functioning in Tehran.
Brett, good of you to come in. Good to see you this afternoon. Very important day. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, let's bring in now the former Secretary of State and Fox News contributor Mike Pompeo is joining us live now by phone on the breaking news. The Supreme Leader is dead. 40 top leaders killed. Your reaction, sir. Welcome.
Welcome. Great to be with you. Look, this is a huge deal. We should.
This seems to be the reaction to a lot of
oh my God.
people.
Oh my God. He's dead. He's dead. Khamenei is dead. The supreme leader of the Islamic regime is dead. He's dead. Oh my.
Now, I have to be more concerned that there's really, really ugly, fat, smelly, liberal white women that are telling us that Trump is bad for doing this. Okay? There's very, very fat, smelly, unattractive, liberal white women that are screaming right now, Trump bad, Trump bad. So who are you going to listen to? Okay? Who are you going to listen to? Just saying. Marmillan says the fact that I get most up-to-date news from a fig that randomly throws in these memes is a sad state of affairs in how dog shit the U.S. news cycles are. Up-to-date action news tax. I cannot disagree with you. I saw one of the guys that hates me. He said, Jeremy's a clown. And I'm like, there it is. Andrew, there it is. Here it is. He called me a clown earlier. He's like, fuck Jeremy. No one is listening to Jeremy. You are. Like, you literally are. And somebody's going to send me a super chat just to piss you off. So it's going to be a win-win across the board. But calling me a clown is far nicer than what everybody else that likes me says. So that's pretty nice. You should call me like a journalist or gay. Actually insult me. Too Tired says lefty liberals only understand empathy for our enemies only. They look at this and don't go, the people are saved. They go instead, that poor regime. Yep. Eric John says Trump. I told you so. Jeremy can read. I wouldn't go that far. Zachary says, I'm all for skeptical being in wars. However, Dave Smith's strategy is to sit back and be a pussy. Well, I have him muted on Twitter, so I don't know if he's crying. I'm sure Dave Smith is crying a lot today. I'm sure he is. John freaking Murdoch for 50 says, Jeremy may be a clown, but he's our clown, damn it. You know what? Listen, I don't have like the ability to do it here. But if I had one of those programs where I could put clown makeup on my face with like an app or something, I would do it. Who cares, right? Pins Fans for Life says Jeremy may be a clown, but he's our gay clown. My ex-wife for 20 says to piss off the fig crying in the chat. Damn, look at that. I guess a few people were listening to me. Fran Forsyth says not paying attention to Jeremy tax for 10. Thank you. Aaron James for a 99-cent super sticker. The Mass Marvel says, I listen sometimes. ACC says, no one is listening to Jeremy Tax. Philip Johnson says, apparently Andrew is a complete nobody. Lydia MX Game says, no one is listening to Tax. You come into my, there's nothing you can do to me. Like, I'm just going to lean into whatever you're accusing me of. That's how it works around here. So.
First strike this morning, reminiscent of what happened during the 12-day war last summer, where they managed to wrangle all of the IRGC top leadership into the same room at the same time and took them out. They waited for this moment, pulled the trigger on it, and got them all.
And the White House just putting out a statement that President Trump, as Caroline Leavitt confirmed earlier via X, President Trump just spoke with the leaders of the UK, Kuwait, and Turkey. So likely we are going to hear more from the White House in the coming minutes and hours. John, good to be with you on this breaking news coverage on a Saturday afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Sandra Smith.
I'm John Roberts. There's a lot more to come this afternoon and probably for the next few days as well. Be sure to follow our social media accounts for all things America Reports, a special edition of The Story with Martha McCallum. Starts right now. Hi, Martha.
Hi, guys. What a historic day, and it is still very much underway as we watch the enormous changes taking place in Iran and across the Middle East this afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum on a special and, as I said, historic edition of The Story. A senior defense official telling Fox that the U.S. believes that Iran's supreme leader is dead, along with as many as, according to some reporting out of Israel, potentially 40.
That's crazy.
Top leaders taken out in the strike that you see on your screen right now, smoke rising from that facility, central facility for the leadership in the middle of Tehran in the earlier hours of today. So this was a U.S.-Israeli joint effort called Operation Epic Fury. Israel says that it destroyed the Ayatollah's compound, as you can see in these images, as it targeted the regime leadership on this round. I mean, just think back for a moment. We have seen this kind of action against the leadership of Hamas in different places in the Middle East, against the leadership of Hezbollah, and the one remaining and the central, really sort of center of this octopus was always in Tehran. American forces mobilizing in terrific force.
I do have I have the leak script for the rest of the Trump administration. If you guys want to see it. Now, this is a leak. So if you don't want spoilers, maybe tune out for the next few minutes. But here's the spoilers for the Trump administration moving forward. We had World War II. We are like in the middle of World War II and World War III. Then it'll be two war. Then we're going to have World War Tokyo Drift. Then we're going to have World and War. Then we're going to have World 7 and then War 8. So I'm really like, this is exciting, man. Two World, two War sounds phenomenal. I just think that sounds really good. So I'm looking forward to that one. Whenever we get to it. But those are the spoilers for the Trump administration moving forward, and ending with War 8. So that should be pretty good. So we'll see how it goes.
That the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
And there is jubilation on the part of a lot of Iranian activists. We're going to speak with some of them over the course of the next couple of hours as they gauge where this all goes from here. But let's go now to Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yanks, live in Tel Aviv, where there has been a lot of kinetic action and some of it landing in Tel Aviv just moments ago. Hi, Trey.
Yeah, Martha, we have a lot of updates for you. The Israeli military just now gave the all clear to people to come out of their bomb shelters. But just moments ago, there was a significant amount of fire targeting this city and at least one direct impact in a civilian area very close to here. There are people who are wounded. First responders are at the scene. It looks quite bad. There is a significant amount of damage. And I'm just looking at some of the local feeds that are coming in. These Israeli channels showing dozens of first responders, and you can hear the sirens behind me that are headed to that location. Again, all of this comes after we confirmed that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, along with 40 senior figures of the IRGC and Iranian leadership were killed by the Israelis in the opening strike this morning that took place along with the Americans as they went after many of the ballistic missile launching positions and other.
Jeremy's not even a real conservative. No, I'm not. I've been saying that for a while. So no, I'm not. I'm a Trumplican. So thank you for confirming what I've been saying for fucking years. Ooh, I'm going to expose Jeremy by saying the thing he's been saying himself. He'll lose support then. We got him, boys.
All right, Trey, thank you very, very much. We'll be coming back to you as this moves forward. Obviously, there's a lot of incoming in Tehran and emergency officials on their way to that scene. As we get more information, we'll bring it to you. We'll go right back to Trey Yanks reporting from Tel Aviv. So retired four-star General
Raggedy Man for 20 says Dave Smith is a bundle of sticks or British cigarette. That's probably disrespectful to both, even with the reference that I know that you're making. Very, very, very disrespectful to them. But I hear your point for sure. Let me see here. Now, we got this right here. Apparently, so it's weird to me that Trump talked to NBC News, but President Trump speaks on the Ayatollah's death. We believe that is the correct story. It's interesting how Trump says we believe that's the correct story. So anyway.
Now, Kristen, you just got off the phone with the president of the United States, and he talked to you about Khamenei and the possibility that he may have been killed in strikes. What did he tell you?
This was an extraordinary 3-minute conversation, Yasmin. Let me read you the key takeaways.
So he did talk to NBC News. So this is it right here. But Kentucky Tim for a proper 199. A recent study from U of Time says that in time of peril, people find particular pairs very comforting. In the name of science, can we get some pairs of items? Nothing specific. Science trusts your judgment. Hail the 199. So you want a pair of something so we can have some comfort. Whatever could you be referencing? I'm not sure what you mean, other than maybe Sydney Sweeney to celebrate. Is this a comforting pair? Does this help the chat? Does this help you guys in your time of frustration in the name of science, in the name of everything that will make you comfortable? Does that help you? It probably does. So there you have it. And you don't get to thank me. You have to thank Kentucky Tim. All right, here we go.
Now, Kristen, you just got off the phone with the president of the United States, and he talked to you about Khamenei and the possibility that he may have been killed in strikes. What did he tell you?
Yeah, see, like some people are saying Khamenei, Khamenei. I don't know. I just say the Ayatollah. It's just like Qatar and Qatar. I don't know how the fuck to pronounce this shit, okay? I say Khamenei because that's what it looks like it says to me. Khamenei, I don't know what that means. I'm from Alabama.
This was an extraordinary 3-minute conversation, Yasmin. Let me read you the key takeaways. I asked President Trump if he had confirmation that Ayatollah Khamenei has in fact been killed. He said to me, I've spoken to a lot of people. We feel that is a correct story. Again, when I asked him about the reports that the Supreme Leader has in fact been killed, President Trump saying, we feel that is a correct story. He went on to say, quote, a large number of their leaders have also been killed. And that was significant. The fact that he said this was not just one person, Yasmin, the fact that according to President Trump in this phone call that I have with him, he believes it's a correct story that the Supreme Leader has been killed, along with, he says, a large amount of leadership. He says there were 3 attacks. And he says that in some of those subsequent attacks, that is what ultimately killed the leadership of Iran. I asked him when he would know that this operation has been a success. He said it is going very well. We're probably, in terms of 0 to 10, we're close to the 10 spot, if not there. It's going very well. Tremendous damage has been inflicted. The leadership is gone. Large portions of the leadership. They don't know how many, he says, but he says that the leadership has largely been wiped out from Iran. So a significant
huge news
revelation and development in this 3-minute conversation with President Trump. When I said specifically, sir, how will you know that this has been a success? He said, quote, Yasmin, I think it's already been a success.
When he talks about we're at the 10 spot, Kristen, what do you think he means by that? As in the operation has gone well, or we're almost done? We're almost there.
I think both. I think he is arguing that so far he believes that the United States has hit its targets, that the United States strategy is playing out. It seemed to be that was part of what he was arguing. But I go back to this last statement, and I'll read it to you in full. I was trying to get a sense of just how long this would be. He said, "I think it's already been a success. We've inflicted tremendous damage. It would take them years to rebuild." And then I tried to pin him down on a timeline. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, he said he is making a number of calls right now, speaking to other foreign leaders, and had to end the conversation at that point. But in those 3 minutes, again, saying that the U.S. believes that it is a correct report that the supreme leader is killed.
I know this was just 3 minutes, Kristen, but I'm going to ask you to read between the lines a little bit more, which you're very good at. When you were talking to this president, we have heard a little bit about what he wants to happen next, but I think it's important to reiterate for folks what it is he wants to happen next, right? If he's reaching this 10, he feels as if we are almost there. It has been a success. Is this now handing the baton over to the Iranian people to see what then happens, what they're able to do to essentially work towards regime change? And if, in fact, they're not able to pull that off, I mean, there is still the Revolutionary Guard. There are still members of the Supreme Council that are still very much alive. Is the United States, is Israel willing to go back into the ring?
Well, I think that's the big question, Yasmin, about what happens next. In his public comments earlier today, he obviously called on the people of Iran to rise up to seize this moment. I asked him who is going to replace the supreme leader if, in fact, he has been killed. And he essentially said, well, they'll likely call me and get my take on that. He said, I'm being a little bit sarcastic, but it's clear there's a vacuum, that it's not entirely clear. And that's where he points back to the Iranian people themselves to, in this moment, rise up, seize the moment, and carry out regime change in terms of replacing leadership.
So that's NBC News, and they spoke with President Trump, and so they have the most up-to-date information from him anyway, because that's the only they're the only ones that he has spoken with since the news of the supreme leader being dead has broke. So that's where we are right now, along with all of the other the news that up to 40 top leaders have been eliminated from Iran, but Iran is still carrying out missile strikes on Israel. So it ain't over by a long shot, not even close. Big Who 69 for 20 says the great things come in pairs. That is true. 40 people. That is a lot. That is a lot.
Let's get it done. And that is what we're seeing play out before our eyes.
Absolutely. I mean, it's such a credit to the planning and, as you put it, the exquisite intelligence. And, one of the things I heard earlier is that Israel, and we know that their ability to get people inside Iran was extraordinarily helpful in the B-2 bomber attack on the nuclear facilities, and that there was still intelligence in the reaches of the upper parts of the government and the leadership, the theocratic leadership in Iran, that was able to tip them off to this location and this meeting this morning. General, is that your understanding?
The memes are pretty glorious right now. We're seeing a lot of memes that are being circulated on social media. He's laying right there in the middle of it. That's so good. There was another one last night that was super funny. I'll see if I can find it. Don't know where it went. Most complex Lego set. I saw this one, and this is crazy, bro. Okay. So this is a missile falling from the sky in Qatar. And oh boy takes the time to flip his camera around so you can see his reaction. This is the most TikTok shit I've ever seen in my life right here. Bro took the time to flip the cam and then strategically do the face palm. Like, holy shit.
Oh my God.
Oh man. Let's see here. Jeremy, let's see. Jeremy literally suppresses speech, says Burt Ward. Burt, I didn't want to have to address this on stream. I was not suppressing speech. Okay? I know your mom was trying to talk, but her mouth was full. Not my fault that she was trying to talk when her mouth was full of something. She's not supposed to talk when her mouth is full of something. All right? I wasn't suppressing her speech though. That's not what I was doing. She just was trying to talk in the moment. I'm like, can you not talk right now? It's kind of weird. So anyway, I didn't want to address this on stream, but you're the one that brought it up. Okay. But I was not suppressing her speech. I would never do that. I think women should always have the ability to speak as long as no one is listening. David Phillips for 20 says, Jeremy listening tax, go Navy. Thank you for the 20. Appreciate it. I also think women should have the ability to drive as long as it's a self-driving car. I support that. Women should have self-driving cars. Pass the law, Trump. Make it happen.
Economically, and Russia having a presence in a number of them as well. All being reassessed and recalculated. And now looking at this, what do you think Mr. Xi is thinking about when he watches the United States conduct this operation with the Israelis in terms of his desire to take Taiwan and to take it by force and to dominate and control the region? Is that having some impact on him? You betcha.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Putin, who's been stalling and using negotiations as a tactic to delay and put.
Roland says, ignoring my chat. No, I'm not. I'm like 80 chats in the hole right now. I'm trying to work through them the best I can. Let's see. Roland for 20 says, Jeremy killed Khamenei. Mossad tax, dead dictator tax. She said enormous changes. That can't be Jeremy. We know he is Asian from the waist down. Hope this chat makes Jessica happy. Can't wait for the comeback. Love ya. Like I said, man, if the best part of your day is me responding, if you have to spend money to get me to respond to you, and that's the best part of your day, that says a lot more about you than it does me. Imagine being such a loser that you send an idiot like me $20 and you end it with, I can't wait for him to respond. I can't wait for him to respond. Yeah, that means you're a pathetic loser, Roland. Okay. So there you have it. All right. Is that a good enough response for you? Okay. So people are tuning in. And yes, the Ayatollah is dead. The supreme leader of Iran is dead. Boom. All right. Jeremy sucks at comebacks. He's like a kid. It's cringe every time. I'm not even going to argue with you because you're right. I can't. Like, I am very childish and very immature. Like, there's no argument there. Your comment is a compliment to me, so I do appreciate that. But yes, if you're just tuning in, the supreme leader is dead, according to all reports. Harley Davis says, I never read his chat, but I always read his chat. Back to this. Let's see what the update is.
Tomorrow to align all of the Gulf states who are now facing attack from Iran, basically all of the countries where the U.S. has bases, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, as well as Saudi Arabia. Okay, they are all now facing.
This is probably the most American thing I've ever seen in my life. President Trump pre-gamed bombing Iran by going to a Whataburger in Texas. That's my president right there.
Hamburgers for all.
My president.
You ready? Hamburgers for all.
You got it.
Nice to see see you, everybody. Okay, you ready?
This dude is hanging out at Whataburger in Texas, buying burgers for the whole place. Meanwhile, knows we're about to obliterate Iran in a few hours. What a legend. There will never be another like President Trump. Not even close. Not even close. Unbelievable. Yeah, I could go for a burger right now too, but not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Let's see where we're at. Hemorrhoid Hurt says, I just woke up. It's 5 a.m. And when this IDOT Australian wants the truth, he comes to the most trusted name in news, the Cobra Cast 199, Mage Fig IDOT himself. ACC says Khamenei will get his 72 male Redditors now. Yay. Steve from PA says, can you know, blah, blah, blah. Can you let your new viewers know how Solo did at the box office? Also, Jay tripped Shockmaster at Bash at the Beach. Solo lost money. Raylos are weird. Fuck Naughty Dog, and we will talk to you later. TJ says, every time someone says Ayatollah, I keep thinking of Chris Jericho. I'm old AF. Philip Butler says, Mossad told Jeremy Ayatollah is worm food. Omega says, Siri, play the Macarena slow version. Speed Force says, all hail King Jeremy. KB Nugget says, bruh, he got his virgins. Yes, unfortunately, they're male Redditors, though. That's the problem. Cellular Dream says, Jeremy is my favorite war reporter. X Shadow says, pro-war now. Yeah, if that upsets you, then yes, I am very much pro-war now. Does that bother you? Are you mad? Are you going to unsubscribe? Are you going to type really hard in the chat? Are you going to type on your keyboard a little bit more difficult now? Go live in Minneapolis and where they can defund the police, since you just believe in no law enforcement, no protection of anything. Go live in Minneapolis where you don't have any police, fucking loser. Jackson says, nice. Lancer says, anyone that went to DC Gulag didn't come out sane. Let's see. We got Andrew CR says, can't regime change with an empty stomach. Dilly Bob says, the Iranian people are non-Arab Persian being ruled by a foreign Arab religion. The Persian people deserve better. Transgirly says, I can assure Jeremy is African. Nobody needed to know that. Robot Boob says, shout out to the dead people 199. Fantastic Knox says, hailing a day. Look at those who threatened Trump like Maduro and now Khamenei. They seem to meet their end one way or the other. And this is the thing, dude, man. Khamenei equals Camino. Fixed it. I do like saying El Camino. We just call Khamenei El Camino. I think that's probably the better way to do it. Mickey V says, can't wait for you to respond, Tax. Thank you. Jackson Cagle says, immature Tax. MAGA Mike says, breaking. The terrorist with millions of followers just had the worst day of his life. Please send prayers to Hassan Piker. Raleigh Mellon Khan says, Jeremy is a badass. I wouldn't go that far, but I appreciate it. KVG says, who knew that the U.S. military operations can actually work out like an 80s action movie? Pretty awesome indeed. All right, here, where are we at now?
It's been very rare to see that kind of activity and precision, and the fact that there have been no U.S. casualties.
Excellent point at the end there as all. I want to ask you just quickly here about these sort of one-trip drones that are being used for the first time in this operation by the United States. But also, Iran has become a pretty expert drone builder themselves. We've seen their drones in action used by the Russians against Ukraine. And it is, notable, I think, that some of these drones are getting into certain places now. They fly low, they fly slow. They are a different beast than what.
This is the difference in Trump and everybody else. Let's negotiate. I'll blow shit up. Let's negotiate. I will blow shit up. Trump, I'll blow shit up. Let's negotiate. Let's negotiate. Nope. Too late. Too late. This is Trump. You're not messing with one of these other clowns. This is Donald Trump. Okay. This is the GOAT right here. He's not playing you games. Okay. So, holy shit. All right. If you know, you know. All right. If you know, you know. Breaking: district judge overturns Khamenei's death. If you know, you know. This is great. Obama judge overturns Khamenei's death. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. It's over. You love to see it. That's pretty great right there. That's pretty great.
Drone attack that was effective in landing in that, very civilian target of the airport terminal in Kuwait City. So we're going to continue to dig on that. Jennifer Griffin, thank you so much. Great to have you with us. So joining me now, former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, joining from Israel.
I want to hear from Patrick Bet-David because obviously he's from the area. I want to hear what he has to say.
This is not the supreme leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, is officially dead. They killed him. They found his body. Reports came in. Let me tell you why this is big. This is not killing a president. This is not killing a prime minister. This is not killing a king. You're killing the supreme leader of a religion. This is number 2 to God. They killed. And by the way, the last time the supreme leader was alive, I was in Iran. It was June 3rd, 89 when he died. Khomeini, I was in fifth grade out of school.
I'm glad that hearing Patrick Bet-David break that down, that context is very important to understand the ramifications of what we're dealing with.
Called Gulbenkian, and it was chaotic in Iran because their hero died. This guy didn't die. They killed him. By the way, according to reports, 81% of Iranians hate this regime and they want it to be changed. Not 61%, not 51%, not 31%. Nearly 81% want this person to be gone, and he's gone. So what happens next? Trump killed Qasem Soleimani, reputation. Now he kills the supreme leader, combined with a couple different countries. How many people are on IRGC side? How many countries? Maybe a handful? Who's supporting them? Who? You don't think people are sitting there saying, well, about 180 countries are against you. Why? Because how many countries go around the world saying death upon America, death upon America, death upon infidels? Who says that? You don't think the president and his team wanted to negotiate with you guys to say, just say you're never going to have nuclear weapons? No, just for 3 years so you can be out and then we can get another Biden in and we can go out there and do all that stuff. So look, whether you're not happy about this because you're an anti-war person, which I totally get. No one wants war. I lived there as a kid. I saw people dying and no one wants that. It was the most anxiety, panic as a little boy. Nobody should experience that. Till today, certain sounds still get me because I go back to being a boy, and I was in the U.S. Army here. Nobody wants to see this happen, except maybe if your name is John Bolton and Lindsey Graham. But for everybody else who is wanting the world to be a safer place, if this gets quickly like this, and everybody else sits around and says, "Hey guys, they're about to kill you and your kids, and you, who's next? Let's just work with these guys. What do you want to do, guys? We're done. Surrender, put the flag. We're done, guys. What do you want to do next? Let's make it work. Let's your people go elect somebody they want as a president, whoever it is. Let's go back to having good diplomacy. Let's stop being the agent of chaos in the Middle East, and let's make it a safer place." So, very interesting day for me because I'll never forget June 3rd, 89. Never. I was 10 years old, about to be 11. So, a great day for a lot of people that feel liberated, and none of this would have happened without President Trump. Many presidents have talked a big game. None of them had the brass to make the decision. You got to give him respect. While he's in the heat of moment with everybody saying, you shouldn't do it, you shouldn't do this, they planned it out different than the way they did Venezuela, and they got Khamenei. Obviously, let's see what happens next. They could retaliate, but I think we will see fairly quickly what their next move is going to be.
Well, unfortunately for all of you that are tuning in, and that was really good perspective from Patrick Bet-David, but unfortunately, we now have a situation that I don't think Trump can recover. I think Trump is done. I think he's done because crackhead Barney at the Stop War on Iran protest, Trump will never recover from this, okay? Trump will never recover from this right here.
Fuck is this?
I don't know how Trump recovers from this. I mean, this seriously could end his presidency. We may not even get him in office. They may get him out of office this week, because this is devastating for him. Yeah, we can't watch that again. All right, we cannot watch that again. All right, we just can't. But there is so this is all happening in New York right now. Let's see here.
Dumbass piece of shit! You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about! Yes! You're a fucking moron! And all you retarded idiots here are fucking brain dead! Do not feed the troll! Do not feed the troll! With liberation! You gotta get laid! You're a retard! You are all morons! You are all dumbasses! But other than that, you're okay. You're just so fucking stupid! No, you're just dumb. I'm amazed how dumb you are. You love wars. You love wars, bro. You're dumbasses. Oh my God. We are done with the and this city's attacking you. It's falling apart. And you think, I like it. Yeah, you're all dumbasses. Nice must go.
Yeah, so again, I want to point out that this all happened at 2:30 Eastern last night in the morning. Most of you didn't even know about this until you woke up this morning. And yet here all these people are in the middle of New York City with professionally made signs ready to go. And I'm supposed to believe that this is just an organic, gathering of concerned citizens. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. Whatever.
Welcome. It's good to have you with us. We have talked about this a lot. What is your reaction to the news that Khamenei is dead, and along with him, much of his top leadership?
Thank you, Martha, for having me back. I can't wipe the smile off of my face. This is a day we've been waiting for. It almost feels surreal. No, it actually almost feels epic. I think the synchronization between U.S. and Israel was epic. I think the president's speech was epic. I think so far the outcome has been epic. The death of the 40 top people in the leadership accounts for a lot of bad decisions towards the West and Israel and U.S. and getting rid of them as all the better for the success of the.
Apparently, this is happening right here. Holy crap! Iranians are going off in pure joy, shouting from the rooftops after Khamenei's death. This is what Donald J. Trump brings to the world. This is it right here. So. All right. Let's see. Oh, so we got this right here. So check this out. Is this it? Hang on. Yeah, here we have it. So I have an exclusive shot. I have an exclusive shot. Now, here's what I need for their MAGA memers. I need MAGA memers. I just need you to Photoshop Trump's face right here on this scene. This is it right here. This is what's happening in Iran right now. And yes, I prefer the special edition over Yub Nub. The ending, anyway. I can't play this that long or I'll probably get hit. So I do like the special edition ending over Yub Nub. I do. So
who will have them. And at other times, I think that this could
What
be
up,
a
Gary?
protracted, longer war. But here's what I want to tell the American people. The president's speech was remarkable because not only it framed the attack as a security threat to the Americans.
somebody in the chat says, did I just come back to Star Wars? You're like, this guy's covering war. We're covering all of this crazy stuff. And then you leave for a minute to go get something to drink. You come back and I've got Star Wars playing. Welcome to CobraCast. We don't know what the hell's going on, but we try to make it seem like we do with memes and a lot of sarcasm. So that's pretty much it right there. Tell them about G&G. The G&G is a dead channel that nobody watches anymore, but we get a lot of super chats, so there's that. That's Jeremy for you, pretty much. Listen, from what I understand, this is why Trump felt the need to save Iran, because of Iranian women, okay? That was why Trump felt necessary to save Iran. Okay, so there you have it. Have that on good authority. Skywalker DFS says, Jeremy, I can't believe you're celebrating war. I thought you were above that. No, not really. That was your first mistake, is thinking I was above anything. But yeah, so I will continue to celebrate it as much as it upsets you. Timbo Slice says, how do you always have professionally printed signs like it's so obvious? I also like the fact, yeah, I know. And I do like the fact that you're so mad that I'm celebrating war that you sent me $10. So good way to own me.
Michael Waltz, our breaking news coverage today throughout the day continues. Don't go away. We'll be right back with more.
As its regional destabilization activities, end quote.
Let's see. Released to G&G t-shirt files. The crevice says that this may affect Trump's 2028 bid. What do you mean by that? I mean, do you mean like in a positive way or a negative way? Because obviously we don't even know if Trump's going to attempt to run. I know that like people are going to say he can't run. I still think Trump is going to try to do something. But if anything, when we get on the other side of this, this is only going to be positive for Trump, in my opinion. This is not going to hurt Trump because it's just like every other situation that we've had with him where the Panicans freak out, the Panicans lose it, the Panicans cry, they scream, and then they find something else to be fake offended over. Toxic Man Flu says, I agree with you that Roland is, in fact, pathetic. I'm glad somebody does. Johnny Red. What up, Johnny Red? We are living in the greatest timeline. We are. I mean, we're living in a timeline where we get J.D. Vance to celebrate with us. We have President Trump, who he's ready to stand up for America.
If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will, and I'm not letting that happen. If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will take Greenland, and I am not going to let that happen.
You know, they can offer you either like...
Yeah, sure, I'd love to make a deal with them. It's easier. But one way or the other, we're going to have Greenland.
I see you guys are telling me that Trump has a post on Truth Social, so here it is right here, ladies and gentlemen, from President Trump. Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. That is officially from President Trump. So there it is. So we finally have President Trump directly confirming it. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and for those people from the many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or any of the leaders that have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing many, let's see, hang on. We are hearing, we're going to fucking leave off. Take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. So there you have it. And there's a little bit more to it. So President Trump has confirmed it. He gone. It's over. And it's time to party.
Get the fuck out of bed, bitch. Go. Get up and get the guy go. Time to wake up, bitch, get up. Get up. Get up.
Oh, man. Love it. So that's where we are right now. If you're just tuning in, it's been a hell of a day. New intro unlocked? Maybe. Bro, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Khamenei tweeted 12 minutes ago. He just tweeted. He just tweeted. What is going on? He's tweeting. What is going on? This is officially him. What are we doing? I honestly thought this tweet would be, bitch, I'm still alive. It was a scheduled post. Oh, man. Post a selfie with a shoe on your head and a timestamp so we know you're alive. Woo! There it is. All right. So here we go. They're talking about it now on Fox.
Many of their IRGC, military, and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, the president writes, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring the country to greatness, to the greatness it deserves. That process should soon be starting, in that not only the death of Khamenei, but the country has been in only one day very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted, the president says, throughout the week, or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. That from President Trump a short time ago.
And this puts it into perspective right here, okay?
Put on notice, if you fuck around with us, if you do something bad to us, we are going to do things to you that have never been done before.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Well, Joe.
I can't play this whole clip. I'll probably get hit. But the beginning is just fantastic. It's just fantastic. Here we go. Let me unmute it again.
Put on notice, if you fuck around with us, if you do something bad to us, we are going to do things to you that have never been done before.
Now chairman of both the Global Institute and KKR Middle East. General, very good to have you with us. Thank you for joining us today. This is a situation that you watched in the Obama administration and in the Bush administration as well. You oversaw the surge in Iraq. Your reaction to this enormous strike that has taken out the massive part of the leadership in Iran today under the leadership of President Trump?
Well, this is a historic achievement, really epical. And
okay.
The question now is, how does this go forward? And
that's the obvious question. Incoherent Name says, I always believed it was a mistake for MAGA nationalists to court the libertarian vote. They have inconceivable or differences. I can't fucking read that word. Don't use big words with me. So they were always going to stab MAGA in the back and jump ship the instant things got rocky. Well, libertarians are basically people that, again, I've said about libertarians 1,000 times that libertarians are like gender confused retards. You know how you have these gender fluid people that don't know what gender they are, and they're always dressing up like some fucking weirdo and freak, and then they're always being offended, and they're always telling you that you have to live by their rules and their delusions. That's what libertarians are to politics. They're just they-thems. That's who they are. They're the they-thems of politics. And they're always fighting with each other. They're always offended by each other. They're always upset about something. They can't agree on any fucking thing. And you're supposed to cater to their retardation. That's who they are. Libertarians are the they-them of politics. So the only thing to do, just like the they-thems, is laugh at them and make fun of them, because you're not going to get anywhere with them by trying to have a conversation or try to have an understanding with them, because they're always going to be offended and cry over something. So that's the they-them crowd. Look at Trump. Trump went to the Libertarian National Convention. He stood up there in front of them and he promised to release that one guy, whoever that guy was. You guys will tell me, Ross, somebody. Libertarians were like, free Ross, whatever his name is, not Ross Perot, but whatever that guy was that was arrested. And they were demanding, like, do this. Guess what? They booed Trump out of the building, okay? They booed him out of the building. Guess what? Trump still did what he promised he would do. And they're still mad because you can't make these freaks happy. You can't do it. So fuck them.
Consequential no matter what. You know, I think I would be remiss not to ask you to reflect on whether or not this could have happened sooner in prior presidents.
Dead Man Talk says, Jeremy almost hates libertarians enough to be one. True. The only people that hate libertarians more than me are libertarians. So just to be clear.
That this really started with 10/7 and a completely changed Israeli orientation toward threats in the region. They just will not allow them to develop at all. They've been, not only did they enormously degrade, they decimated the leadership of Hezbollah, and they have continued to keep it down. You know, the expectation.
Who's stealing my memes? Who's stealing my memes? All right, because I said this last night. Well, I didn't say this exactly, but I said that this was the plan for Iran. And look at there. Buc-ee's, Walmart, Bass Pro Shops, and a Dollar General. The only thing you're missing is a McDonald's. All right? Make Iran great again. Seriously. Now, I am not willing to give them Bass Pro Shops. No, not yet. No. You need to have English speaking as your primary language and only English, that's it. It can only be English, no other language. And then I might be willing to give you a Bass Pro Shop if you make your country flag the Dale Earnhardt flag. That's the only way I'm giving you Bass Pro Shops. Okay, that's it. Dale Earnhardt flag has to be your country flag. Then you can have Bass Pro Shops. But this is how you heal humanity right here. You need to have a Buc-ee's. You need to have a Bass Pro Shops, a Walmart, Dollar General. I don't know, man. I always felt weird about Dollar General because you always like with Dollar General, like I always felt like you had to dress fancy to go to Dollar General, whereas Walmart, you didn't have to dress fancy. But Dollar General, I felt like you always had to dress fancy. Like they always required like a shirt and shoes at Dollar General, whereas Walmart, you can just go in there in underwear. They don't care. So Dollar General is a little too high maintenance for me when they have like shirt and shoes required. I'm not so big on that. But yeah, and we need a McDonald's and then a Culver's. And then Iran is officially made great again. All right, here we go. On the ground reporting.
Come out, his face was bloodied. The young man with him had a bag. People were carrying their pets in this area. The cars here completely destroyed, and just real concern about the increase in casualties here. There were at least 20 people injured in the barrage that caused this damage in Tel Aviv, and I'm going to have my cameraman come through here and just show you more of the scene again, Martha, as you and I are talking.
This guy has balls because being in this situation takes massive balls. Respect to him.
And there is smoke rising up from the building, fire and embers still beneath the rubble of this structure. Martha?
So Trey, if I missed it at the top of your report, I apologize. Do you know if this is a residential building? Is it a commercial building? Is it full of apartments? Any idea? Can you tell?
Yeah, we understand that this is an apartment building in Tel Aviv. This is in the central part of Israel's second largest city. When we heard...
Okay, we're going to go to the UN.
When we heard that,
and then we're going to come back. I apologize, but obviously we want to get back to that. But here's Michael Waltz, our ambassador to the UN, in an emergency session. Let's watch.
Missile capabilities that threaten allies, to degrade naval assets used to destabilize international waters, and to disrupt the machinery.
I would rather listen to him on the ground. I'd rather.
And to ensure the Iranian regime never, ever can threaten the world with a nuclear weapon. As President Trump said last night, for decades, the Iranian regime has willfully destabilized the world. It has killed American forces and citizens, threatened regional allies, and jeopardized the security of international shipping upon which the world depends. Its massive support for violent proxies, declared terrorist organizations, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and others, has brought bloodshed and disorder across the Middle East for far too long. This is not speculation. We know this to be true, and our men and women have paid for the actions of.
Okay, I wish they would go back to Trey because I would much rather hear from him. JW says, Jeremy is the nicest, the smartest guy online. Well, those are both lies. Rub-a-dub-dub says, has Marco been appointed to the next Supreme Leader yet? Probably soon. Finn Wee says that you truly have TDS and your audience too. Okay, thank you for your fucking retarded ass currency. But thank you. I don't know what that means. Andrew Sierra says Iranian Mamacita's immigration policy now. Olympian Products says that maybe you should save your dead channel if you could bring back the What's Up Geeks and Gamers. It's Jeremy coming to you with another video. And today, maybe we'll do that. We'll see. You never know. If you're here, obviously, I appreciate it. Make sure you like the video and comment in the chat. Let everybody know you're here. Helps in the algorithm. And subscribe to the channel if you're new. I go live all the time, covering all types of stuff. And yes, I am also the owner of Geeks and Gamers. We have a ton of YouTube channels. So if you're into video games and movies and bitching about Hollywood or theme parks or sports or whatever, we cover all of that as well. you can check out geeksandgamers.com for more information on all of that. So, yeah. Toddy becomes a new member. Thank you. Jackson says, and breaking Guthrie too. That story. If they find Nancy Guthrie in Iran, that'll be the greatest plot twist of all time. Let's see. Foe says, so we'll go to war for greater Israel, but not with Mexico for flooding our border with migrants and drugs, weak men allowing the West to fall. Yeah, it's all for Israel. Everything's for Israel, man. Again, thanks for telling us that. I've never heard that online, but I appreciate you being very original with your thoughts on Israel. Maybe more people will start listening to you and repeating exactly what you say. ACC says he died like a dog, the hottest dog, the most ketchup dog, the most tremendous dog, a huge dog, a dog like you've never seen, if I may say so myself. Chuck says, pull up Jonathan chanting, let's see, in the crowd. I don't know what you're talking about. Timo Slice says, Jesus, that's scary how much they truly act like NPCs. Hunter says, Trump 2028. Rye the guy says, does anyone know if Mamdani was briefed on this morning? I haven't heard. Mamdani was crying about this today because, of course, he was. John Jones says, if it's true that he is dead, this is the most consequential foreign shakeup since the fall of the Soviet Union. Trump, whatever you think of Trump, I don't really care personally what people think of Trump, but he is the single most consequential president in our lifetimes. And that is not even debatable. He is the most important human in our lifetime. No human being has had more impact on the world than Donald Trump. That is just a fact. Whether you like it or not changes nothing. He is the guy. He is him. Phil Beller says, such a burden. Jeremy has to read these super chats. It's really tough. Prayers up in the chat for me for having to read all these super chats. It's tough, man. I don't think you guys understand how tough this is. Scott Rogers for 20 says, are the hoodies currently being sold true to size or do they run smaller? Hail the 199. I mean, the ones that I've gotten from Rip Ascend are very true to size. So I've had a good experience from that. So true to size has been my experience. You can ask them directly on the website if you're interested. Steel Town Menace says, Iraq took 30 days with George Little Bush. Iran took less than a day with Trump to crush their government. And now Free Iraq sends a simple message to Russia and China. Don't F-A, you will F-O. Correct. Harley Dave says, hi, Jeremy. Would you like to know more about Israel? I would like to know a lot more about Israel. I'm very interested. But like I said, I did so much research last night because there's so many people that told me that I was misinformed. So I did about 6 hours of research on all of this horrible things that Israel has been involved in, and all of the assassinations that are involved in, and all of the terrible things that they are controlling, and the banks and the money and the government. I did all the research, and I came to the conclusion that the anti-Israel crowd is far more retarded than I initially thought. Yes, they are. And I know how mad it makes them when I say that. Ooh, it makes them mad. Ooh, they're mad right now. Vault 199 Gaming says, without SM, the mainstream media would have an info monopoly. It's the Shy Guy says, no one mourns the wicked. Kelly also says, do not celebrate Khamenei's death. He was the head of a religion. Holy war is very possible from an entire religion branch. Fear the devil you don't know. Jerome says, you were the only one covering last night, bro. I salute you, Supreme IDOT. Well, thank you. Site Team says, he's at a snack bar in the sky. Also, you're fascinating to talk to. ACC says, Lookner, wake up. Breaking news. Go live. Go live. Summer of Doom says, time to buy stock in Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is amazing. See, Jeremy is Mossad. Absolutely. Let me see. Okay. Right here, President Trump has personally confirmed the death of Iran's Ayatollah. So I guess that's all we needed. Johnny Red says district court in California has overturned Khamenei's death. Damn it. We can't have anything with these damn Obama judges. They keep overturning all of Trump's accomplishments. It's so frustrating. Trump accomplishes something, a radical left-wing judge overturns it. It happens every time. Damn it. Thank you, Johnny Red. Midgar Ninja says, God bless America. I always break out the best white tees when I have to go to the Dollar General. Let's freaking go. Scott Rogers says, hell yeah, I already have several of the t-shirts, hat, and the backpack, but I haven't tried a hoodie yet. Thank you. Hey, man, I appreciate you checking it out. And it's in the pinned post. If you're interested, you can go over to Rip a Send right now for a limited time. These hoodies are back in the store. If you want them, you got to go check it out. They're very well made. And we also have the bundle for Geeks and Gamers Orlando t-shirts, which is happening in about 3 weeks, a little over 3 weeks, and the hoodie bundle. So either one that you're interested in, go check that out. What is this one?
Same country that I wish death saved my life 3 times and now help my people in Iran. They are celebrating. They are celebrating out of joy. This morning I woke up. I'm like, for the first time, I woke up. Always, every morning we wake up when we hear Allahu Akbar, one person get killed, executed in Iran. But this morning was the morning of millions of Iranians seeing justice. Ali Khamenei is dead. Is gone. And this is called justice. And this is what should have been done years ago by the United States of America. Thank you, President Trump, for actually taking decisive action. This is how a true leadership look like. And I know that. Like people like Zoran Mamdani, people like Ilhan Omar, they hate President Trump, and they shifted their hate from President Trump to the people of Iran. They're sympathizing with our killers and saying no to war. Really? You're lecturing us Iranians about war? We have...
Hey, so I got to say, I'm starting to understand why Owen Schroyer and the Hodge twins and so many other people are so disappointed. How could Trump abandon us? How could Trump abandon us? Oh, wait, this is Trump in 2016.
They want to go after our civilians. They want to kill not only our civilians, all over the world. And it's going to be stopped. It's going to be stopped. Somebody criticized me the other day because they asked me what I do. And I said, I'm going to bomb the shit out of them. It's true. I don't care. I don't care. They've got to be stopped.
That's the dream of millions of people. What I see now, people are in the street. They are celebrating the same way when Venezuelan people were actually celebrating the capture of Maduro. Now my people in Iran, they are celebrating out of joy. They are in the street and they are saying, thank you, President Trump. Thank you, United States of America. And this is the dream. We want to see that one day the wall of dictatorship coming down, the wall of prison, and all prisoners are going to be free. And listen, I have to say that when the Israeli government target...
Gary, are you still here in the chat? I got some news, but I need to know if you're here first before I share it. So are you still here?
See that the political leaders are gone. So now I want to make it clear that this regime cannot be reformed. So that's why targeting the military leaders and the political leaders, sending a signal to the people of Iran. And believe me, people... They have nothing to lose. They will come back to the street. They will end this regime. We will see that after facing massacre, people are in the street right now. University students, they took back to the street. And that has a message to the rest of the world that we had enough and we want to end this regime. We want to have a secular democracy.
So one of the things I just want to bring people's attention back to June 17th, after the B-2 bomber attack, President Trump said this about the Ayatollah. He said, we know where the supreme leader is hiding. Trump added, he is an easy target, but he is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now. But we do not want missiles shot at civilians or American.
Trump knows what's up. Okay, Gary's here. All right, so Gary, I know you've had a lot of, discussions about things going on with doomsday. I am very upset that Gary has not shared this information with me, and I had to find out on social media. So I'm going to break this story. You'd probably think Gary would do this because he covers this stuff so much, but I'm going to have to break this news. Khamenei will not appear in Avengers Doomsday. Confirmed. Cobra Cast exclusive. Gary didn't break this news. I broke this news, okay? So he will not appear in Avengers Doomsday. Confirmed. Cobra Cast exclusive right there. So that's the word on the street. So that's an exclusive. I figured Gary would know that before me, but yet here we are. So that was very anticipated too, where like he's going to be in Doomsday. Like he's absolutely. Now, could he return for Secret Wars? He could return for Secret Wars, but he is not going to be in Avengers Doomsday. So there you have it, Gary.
Ready to be united from Kurdistan to Balochistan, from Tehran to Mazandaran, from all over the world. When it comes to end this regime, we're all united. And America can hold a conference. I'm not saying that President Trump is exactly like President Reagan, but he actually took the lead now. And I think
he's fired up.
This is the right moment. He can take the lead and have a peace conference, invite Europeans, invite the leaders from Persian Gulf country, like Arab countries, all of them. And think about an Iran without Islamic Republic.
I appreciate her passion.
People of Iran can be better allies to the region leaders, to Europeans, to Americans, compared to these backward mullahs. And when we get rid of the Islamic Republic, we can guarantee global security. Martha, my sister, I went to the street in New York.
She was, I'm pretty sure she was the lead singer for the song What's Going On. Remember that one? I know you remember What's Going On. I think she was the lead singer.
Listen to the mothers whose children got killed. Listen to those who have been the victim of the Islamic Republic. Those people like me and millions of Iranians who carry the wounds and the scars of war. People of Iraq.
Yeah, 4 non-blondes. That's it. Yeah.
People in the region. Listen to them. When we suffer. Those who never suffer, like Mayor Mamdani, like Ilhan Omar, like AOC, those who never suffered, the Sharia, the Shia militia, they cannot lecture you, America, my beautiful fellow citizen Americans. They cannot lecture you about war or peace. Listen to the people who actually knows this regime and they experienced war.
Bro, we live in such a crazy timeline. I have reached out to the Ayatollah for comment on him being turned into ash by the United States of America. Hey, bro, you good? Hey, bro, we live in a world where you can message dictators, find out if they've been murdered by Trump. Oh, man, I love this timeline so much. It really is glorious. It is absolutely fantastic. DM him. You want me to DM him? I'll DM him. Hang on. Let's see. I'm going to DM him a picture. Fuck. You know what? I'm going to tell you right now. If I DM him a picture, okay, and they end up killing me, y'all better super chat the hell out of my my death stream, okay? Because I'm going to drop a meme. Okay? Let's see. Oh, I can't. Wait, it won't let me send a picture. I want to send like a Trump meme to him. It won't let me, though. I was going to send like a Trump picture, but it won't let me. It just says I can... maybe if I follow him. Let's see here. Well, it won't let me right now. I'll see if it... Jeremy sliding into the dictators at DMs. Might as well. I'm kind of scared, though, because we've already had a district judge overturn his death. These Obama judges are just like ruining all of Trump's accomplishments. So, like, I want to make sure I want to make sure that he's dead before I DM him and piss him off. You know what I mean? Bon Jovi for Jeremy's memorial. I mean, that wouldn't upset me. That would upset Gary. But it wouldn't bother me. Let's see. Harley Dave says, fuck yes, I voted for this. Don't do it then. Yeah, I'm not yet. Even though Trump has confirmed it right here. Trump did confirm it.
Okay, breaking right now. This just released a new Truth Social from President Trump. And this is what it says. Quote, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only
Died
justice
like
for the
a
people
dog.
of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems and working closely with Israel. There was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC, military, and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, the president writes, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge.
All right, I DM'd him. I didn't say anything mean. Mine is, I sent a genuine message. So now I am very much against, sharing DMs usually, but I did DM him. So, and it did go through. There's a check mark. Here's my DMs with him. Fortnite tonight or nah? I'll let you know if he responds. So I'm just trying to find out if he wants to run some BR tonight. So we'll find out. So I don't know. We'll see.
With the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring the country to the greatness it deserves. That process should soon be starting, in that not only the death of Khamenei, but the country has been in only one day very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted, the president says, throughout the week, or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world.
If he responds with bet, I'm gonna be like, oh shit, I gotta play Fortnite. What's going on with Benny Johnson? You said something about Benny. What's up with Benny? Let me go to Benny's Twitter. You guys said, did you see Benny's tweet? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm on Benny Johnson's Twitter now. Prayers up for Benny's family. I see no tweet from him. So, his wife lost her baby. What? I don't see any tweet about this. What? Yeah, what are you talking about? She posted on IG? Seriously? Let's see here. Somebody look that up for me, chat. I don't want to push any information, but you said, like, I keep seeing prayers up for Benny Johnson's family, and I'm like, well, I'm looking at his Twitter. I don't see nothing. So, I told you on chat 3 hours ago. Yes, it's real. It's on IG. Somebody send that to me in my Twitter DMs. I think am I signed into Twitter or to Instagram? Let's see here. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to look and see. So yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the Instagram post now. I'm not signed into Instagram on my computer because I rarely use IG. But yeah, man, got 51,000 likes. We are absolutely devastated and completely heartbroken to share this news. At our 10-week sonogram, our baby did not have a heartbeat. Everything looked great at our 7-week scan, but for reasons we cannot understand, God called our baby home to him. So that was 2 hours ago. So prayers up for Benny Johnson and his family. That's awful to hear. Wow. We will see when Benny tweets out about that. But yeah, that was 2 hours ago that was posted. So I'll hit him up later. That's awful though. Okay, let's see here. This woman is still talking on Fox News, by the way. She's still talking. Oh, wait, no, wait. That's we got to go to here. Never mind. Okay, here we go.
Every hour. What are your officers doing to ensure that civilians are safe amid this time?
Well, we train for these types of things year round. We've raised our alert level to the highest level so that we can best prepare and best service our civilians. Our patrol units aren't just sitting around. We're doing active patrols. All of our specialized units are active right now. We've brought in our reserve battalions as well and our standby units to all be in the streets. Our main focus is to get to our civilians as fast as possible, to service them as fast as possible, but it is also their responsibility to listen to the instructions of Home Front Command because as we saw last time, it saves lives.
Dean, thank you very much. Martha, I'm going to toss it back to you, but again, a dynamic situation here where unfortunately we can report one woman was killed when a ballistic missile slammed into an apartment building in Tel Aviv.
Okay, Trey, thank you very much, and thanks to him as well. Joining me now is former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, former Governor of South Carolina, Nikki Haley. Great to have you with us, Ambassador. I know this is something that you worked on for many, many years, and so I just want
Nikki Haley sucks.
Fold today, and thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Martha. You know, I will say this is a history-defining moment, but this is also a legacy-defining moment for President Trump.
Yeah, I don't care about what you have to say, but CNN is stunned as they report a surge in support for President Trump in Los Angeles after Khamenei was taken out. So here we go.
The largest Iranian populations outside of the Middle East. You see the gathering there behind her. Julia, how is the Iranian community responding?
Well, this gathering has only grown, Jessica, over the past few hours, since we've gotten here. It has amassed a large number of people, and the celebration is striking. We got here just moments after initial reports, initial rumors of the death of Ayatollah Khamenei had just started to trickle from Iran to this diaspora community, and people were jumping in excitement, hugging each other, crying, saying that basically they've been waiting 47 years for this very day, Jessica. It is the reason so many of them have come out here today. I want you to hear from one of them specifically, his thoughts right after learning that the supreme leader of Iran was dead.
When is the last time you saw people in Israel and Iran dancing on the streets in excitement? And when is the last time you've ever heard of a country coming out and dancing because they're excited that foreign powers are attacking them?
Now, the name of Reza Pahlavi has been at the tip of people's tongues here, Jessica. So these are very much people who are pro-Shah. They want to see a leadership emerge from Reza Pahlavi. They're calling for him to take over the reins. And their hope, they've told me, is that he would then lead a temporary government and hold elections in Iran, hold a referendum in Iran so that the people could decide what would come next for their nation.
Yeah, and so many Iranian people hoping for a regime change and that they can take back their government. A lot of questions about how that will happen, if it can happen. Julia Vargas Jones, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thanks.
If you just don't understand the consequences of Trump being president at this point in time, I mean, this guy is doing things that no one, it's funny because he says these types of things so much, but he's doing things that no one thought was possible. And that's what he always says. No one thought it was possible. No one thought it was possible. But this is what he does. He does things that nobody else could accomplish. It's unbelievable. And CNN, you can tell how unhappy they are. They are very unhappy that they're having to report positive news for President Trump. Why so sensitive, Yosis? To help cover the beer fund for you and your Mossad to celebrate. Thank you. I appreciate it. MC Martin says, what a crazy week. First, U.S. wins gold in hockey on Sunday. Second, El Mencho is killed in Mexico. Then Trump delivers a State of the Union that embarrasses the Dems. And then the Ayatollah is killed on Saturday. It's just been 1 week. This is the week that we just had. Are you kidding me right now? This is the week that we just had. This is incredible. It's non-stop. Non-stop. And it's just the Trump train just continues to move forward. It doesn't slow down at all. Absolutely incredible. Let's see where we're at now. Jeremy said it's going to be a wild week. I did, and it absolutely is. Oh, okay. So I didn't realize that they were going to release this so soon, but we already have video of what happened to the Ayatollah. This is actual video of it right here, ladies and gentlemen. It's so stupid. It's awesome. Let me see. Okay. What is this right here? Oh, this picture goes hard right here. Okay. That's the leadership that America deserves right there. That pic goes hard. That is it right there. That's the leadership that America deserves right there. 47 and 48. Hell yeah. There it is. Marmillan says, I know this is great news and all, but can we discuss how many people cheer on foreign nations and how much they're sending shit home? Seriously, no hate on a great day, but this irks me. No, I get it. And, you know, I mean, how many times have we seen these foreigners in our country walking down the street chanting about anti-American stuff? You know, we've seen that in California a lot. So they should have made the deal. They should have made the deal. That's all they had to do. They could have made the deal and everything would have been fine. But here we are. David Hayes says, a time to just anoint him God Emperor Trump. That's what we need, man. Simple as that. Jim P says, does Trump does things no other president would do? Burner Unknown says, Venezuelan immigrants are voting for Trump. Iranian immigrants are voting for Trump. I would suggest Democrats start supporting voter ID. Brahma Bull says, today is the 11th day of the 9th month, according to the Islamic calendar. Trump is a legend. He just destroyed Iran's regime during Ramadan on 9/11. KB Nuggets says, today Iran is safer than Mexico. 8 o'clock says, Jeremy, ask him if he wants to play COD Nuketown. Bud Kip says, stop. I can't take it anymore. It's too much winning. It's a lot of winning, bro. 8 o'clock says, dear world leaders, if your life is up to Trump and his timeline, you best behave. Correct. John Jones says, 2 dictators in 2 months. Trump has made it crystal clear that the forever wars were by design. Yep. Lord Beltha says, the ladies and gentlemen, we got him meme has never been more relevant than today. Deborah says, seeing people that used to burn our flag from brainwashing to now love our flag is great to be an American. Well said. MAGA Mike says, someone tell Panickin's life is a lot better and less stressful when you trust Trump's plan. Matthew becomes a new member. Josie says, make no mistake, Jeremy, Ayatollah Khamenei being deleted is like them deleting the Pope. This is big. Oh, I know. And that's what Patrick Bet David had mentioned earlier about how big of a move this is. So, you know, it's going to, this is not going away. There's going to be a huge fallout. Let's see if there's any updates right now.
We're not even in the first 24 hours yet. We got a long way to go.
Indeed. Things feel like they're moving very fast. Larijani, I believe, was one of the people who oversaw the reaction to the protests in the streets, which was a bloody and brutal crackdown of people in the streets. You know, it will be interesting to see what his role is. And if you have just told us that the Israelis say he's still alive, he will be someone to contend with in one way or another. Let's just quickly play this sound from Reza Pahlavi, who Masih Alinejad just brought up, who does have a lot of support of many people in Iran, the former crown prince in exile. Watch.
The aid that the President of the United States promised to the brave people of Iran has now arrived. This is a humanitarian intervention, and its target is the Islamic Republic. My message to the President of the United States, President Trump, is this. The noble people of Iran, despite the savage repression and massacres of this regime, stood firm with courage for nearly 2 months. I now ask you to exercise the utmost caution to preserve the lives of civilians and my compatriots.
Your thoughts on that, General?
Well, that's an unnecessary statement as far as I'm concerned. The United States and Israel take every precaution here not to harm the Iranian citizenry. I mean, we're here partially because of what the Iranians have done. The president committed himself to respond and said help is on the way. And when they recognized that there was much more available to them than simply responding and creating a situation to try to shut down that kind of repression, when they opened up the parameters a little bit deeper, they recognized that this regime is so weak that we could possibly set the conditions for it to collapse. And that's what built a much larger operation here. And certainly, our commanders who are out there executing this mission, whether they be Israelis or whether they be U.S.
That's a lizard person.
We understand when we go into a target area where there are civilians, we will do everything within the capabilities of the machines and our values to make certain that we are targeting an enemy.
Yeah, I mean, this guy has about, this guy reminds me of Alan Combs a little bit. I don't, you know, he just reminds me of Alan Combs. He's got the personality of Alan Combs. But I got nothing against him. I'm just saying.
Any of these civilians. So I take a little exception to that kind of guidance. I don't think we need it.
Yeah, that part of the end there. Yeah, you know, I think overwhelmingly it appears that the people of Iran are so grateful for the
he's been around forever.
Person that has been repressing them and their families and putting many of them in prison, including a lot of the people in the government coming to the prisons in waves when they fall out of favor. So, General Keane, as always, thank you very much, sir. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, great talking to you.
Thank you. You as well. So our breaking coverage continues of this historic day right after this.
Okay, we got this edit right here from President Trump's speech that was released in the middle of the night right here. Here it is. This edit goes hard.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operation in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
greatest president ever. Now, if you missed it, President Trump tweeted this out last night. So 14 hours ago is when this was tweeted out. He put it on Truth Social, and he also put this on his own Twitter account, and it's been widely circulated everywhere now. I'm sure most of you have already heard this, but if you have not, I'm going to play it for you really quick so I can go get a refill because I am out of water. So I'm going to play this for you. I'll be back here in just a minute. So we're going to play his clip from last night for those that missed it. Here we go.
A short time ago, the United States military
began
major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
What an awesome speech from President Trump. And so that was last night. For those that are asking, that was immediately after the reports of the attack on Iran started. So we have not heard from Trump directly since then. He did have he was going to address the nation earlier this morning, but that was called off for whatever reason. I don't know why. At least it was widely reported that he was going to. That was never confirmed by the White House, to my knowledge. But I'm sure we're going to hear from him at some point, and it will be huge when it happens. I see that we got a post right here from Benny Johnson. It says a 5-star Dubai hotel was just struck by Iranian drones. So there you have it right there. So this is not over. By any means, this is not over. Okay, we got that one. Let's what does Asmongold had to say about this? Hang on.
Big fucking day. Huge fucking day. We blew up Iran. That's right. It's over. They're gone. And so right now, we got drones flying over their shit. We got our own drones flying over their their main area. This is their main city. We got our drones flying around, and this shit happened like last night. Like, we already won. It's already over. Big fucking day.
And there's I like the people that are coming into my chat. They're like, oh, you're pro-war now, Jeremy. You're pro-war now, Jeremy. So listen, for those people, okay, for those people that are asking about, are you pro-war now? Well, let me ask you a question, you fucking retard. Are you pro-Kamala Harris now? Because here's Kamala Harris crying about the same thing that you're crying about. So if I am suddenly pro-war, then you're suddenly pro-Kamala Harris, okay? So go ahead, put on your pink pussy hat, go vote for Democrat, go have sex with Harry Sisson or whatever his name is. Go ahead, go to the Democratic Party where you belong, okay? Because that's where you belong. If you're going to cry like a bitch, you belong in the Kamala Harris camp with the pink pussy hats, okay? So enjoy it. There you have it. I stand with Donald Trump. Period. End of discussion. Iranian couple reacts to learning that Khamenei's assassination was successful. Here we go. Hang on. But there's a fat white liberal right now with pink hair. She hasn't bathed in 2 weeks. She's abandoned her kids so that she can protest in the streets of LA to tell you how Trump is bad. I can't understand what she's saying, but it sounds like I'm in Miami right now. But this just shows you the impact that President Trump is having on the world right now. And there's Iranians are celebrating and ugly white liberals are protesting in America. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It puts it into perspective right there. WASP for a proper 199 says, God bless President Trump's, our troops, and the courageous Iranian citizens. This moment defines our fight, good against evil. Well said. Well said. I'm not sure how you cannot see these types of videos and not be moved by this. I really don't. Like, again, you know, but there's people that are just going to continue to build these narratives about Trump, and they, like, I just saw MSNBC post this right here. Look at this headline from MSNBC. Let me hide. Thank you for the proper 199. There's no issue that divides MAGA movement more than a hot war with Iran, because they want you to believe that this is an issue for MAGA. It's not an issue for MAGA. It just isn't. You have fake MAGA that is pretending that they are offended over this. Appropriate amount of likes for this video, by the way, for MSNBC. So that's a very appropriate number for them. But yeah, I mean, this is the narrative right here being pushed. Oh, it went up. Damn it. But the Panicans, the Libertarians, the DeSantis bros, all of them, let's listen to what they're trying to say.
The only thing we heard in that speech from Trump about essentially a potential endgame inside of Iran is a call for the Iranian people to rise up. That literally was the only plan that could be identified in that speech for what happens after you decapitate the leadership of the Islamic Republic. And as John said, the regime very much remains in place. And the challenge with this is, Trump may want to go along with this for a period of time and then, call it quits. But inside of Iran and in the region, we could see all manner of consequences. We don't know how this is going to play out. There could be violence and civil conflict inside of Iran and a lot more bloodshed.
Look at this headline from TMZ. Donald Trump dances at fundraiser just before Iran airstrikes. Hey, TMZ, you want to put a headline out that says that you guys cheered when Charlie Kirk was assassinated? You literally cheered when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and you want to try and virtue signal off of this shit right here. Fuck TMZ forever.
Among Iranians who try to rise up and meet resistance from the Basij and the IRGC. There could be refugee flows into neighboring countries. We're already seeing Iran trying to inflict punishment on anybody and anything that they can that is somehow tied, in their view at least, to the U.S. presence in the region, disruptions to the global economy if they really do shut down the Straits of Hormuz. So we're entering a period of extreme uncertainty. And I think that uncertainty is kind of more pronounced because of the vacuum of explanation from the United States about where this is all going and what the end game is. And frankly, uncertainty tied to the fact that Donald Trump has done this.
God, this is why I can't stomach like MS. What are they? MS Now? Whatever that is. So they moved away from the MS DNC and their MS Now. This guy has zero energy. Yeah, he's bad. He's very bad. He sits on traffic cones. Holy shit. That's pretty brutal. BS Now. Yeah, it's more like BS Now. I can't listen to these idiots. I really can't. Iranians are now celebrating in the streets of LA while liberal white women are protesting. Well, it seems like the liberals are having a bad day right now. It's a pretty tough time for them. Let's see here. Yeah, so Mom Donnie is crying on Twitter about today, because of course he is. That doesn't surprise anyone. So, we know who they will be voting for. Go Trump. Absolutely. They're still showing the UN hearings right now. I don't really care about that per se. Hang on. Yeah, they're still got
delay. But we will not be played. And it's simple what they were planning. They were building the means to corner us, to force an irreversible reality with our backs.
Just remember, right now, as it stands, and I think that it's been this way since Trump was reelected in 2024, but Donald Trump is the single most powerful president maybe ever, but certainly of our lifetime. Like, his power levels are through the roof. His influence is through the roof. But 2 years prior to his election, they had this guy in and out of court trying to arrest him. Think about that. Think about that. How crazy is that? They were pushing this guy all around the country into court, having him arrested, having him, like, it's insane. It's such bullshit. Trump, Mount Rushmore energy, 100%. I mean, that just goes without saying at this point. Okay, where are we at with that? Munchie Ninja says Trump should topple more dictators so that the migrants keep fighting the liberals. Oh, man. That's pretty good right there. That's pretty good. All right, let's catch up on a few of these. Daniel Moore says, sorry I wasn't on all day. I've been drinking myself silly out of pure joy watching the tears flow on X. Even some of your guys were mad. USA dub. Hey, it's a beautiful thing, man. Let's see. Daniel Moore says, saying Trump is the next Cobra Cast thumbnail. Night Call says, and Iran so far away, they never got away. I got to play that. The Royal Wee says, you're definitely getting a golden dreidel. Slain Hope says, the fake MAGA is divided and didn't vote for this is the most limp-dicked propaganda the left has ever generated. It's just them projecting their divide. Absolutely agreed. Adam says, the left is having a bad day. Oh, well. Make Iran great again. Slain Hope says, you're going to buy a pool with your Hanukkah bonus. Just kidding. Hell yeah, I am. Luis says, I'm glad for you, Shawty, but by God, the crying G of women is so annoying. Rowie says, they owe you more than $7,000 for writing this hard, man. Let's see. Dimes Recon says, screw Keen. He was part of the Forever War Mafia. TJ says, I would like to meme of this. I would like a meme of this dirtbag doing Chris Jericho's entrance only to get a stunner from Stone Cold. Darth Gavel says, promises made, promises kept. VJ says, celebrating tax. John Jones says, tempted to order a pizza today in honor of the Pentagon. Russia Bot says, we could have Culver's and Buc-ee's on the West Coast before anywhere else. America first. Darth Gavel says, Waffle House of Iran. Do you guys not have Culver's on the West Coast? I mean, I know you have In-N-Out Burger, which is really good, but do you not have Culver's out there? How far west does Culver's go? I guess that would be my question. Because Culver's originated in Wisconsin, I think. So I guess it's heavily on the East Coast. A lot of no's. Okay, so we don't have it in Texas. They have Freddy's. Freddy's is good, but Culver's is significantly better. What's Culver's? Oh my gosh. A lot of people don't know what Culver's is. Culver's is the greatest food ever created in history. Okay. It is amazing. They have everything. They have burgers. They have fries. They have cheese curds. They have chicken. This is so good, man. Culver's is amazing. It is the top. It is the S tier of S tiers for fast food. Not even close. Black Tailgate says, yes, there is a Culver's in Texas. There is. It must not be as widespread as it is over like here on the East Coast. Now I'm hungry. Yeah, me too. Mainly on the East Coast. Okay. You have Carl's Jr. and Red Robin. Yeah, Carl's Jr. is just Hardee's. 2 in Dallas, Fort Worth. Okay. Okay. Culver's in Arizona. That's right. There is a Culver's in because it was featured in Breaking Guthrie. That's right. There was a Culver's in Breaking Guthrie. Nerd Rock says it is when it has the pub burger. Otherwise, In-N-Out is better. Incorrect, Gary. But the fact that you love In-N-Out burger is good because Ryan always says In-N-Out burger is horrible and overrated. And Ryan is just wrong about that. 100% wrong. In-N-Out burger is goated as well. So we have Culver's, Carl's Jr., and Whataburger in Arizona. Nips Litter says, I don't have anything over here. Where are you? Culver's is everywhere in Minnesota and Wisconsin. Yeah, because they're based out of Wisconsin. So, is Quarter Black in the chat? Ryan is from Indiana. What the fuck does he know? That's true. That's true. He knows Star Wars, though. That's about it. So, that's all he knows. Darth Gavel says, big words tax. Daniel says that somehow Khamenei returned. Lord Trinan says, my worry is what comes next. Who leads Iran now? I don't want another Afghanistan. Hope Trump has a solid plan. He usually does, but I worry. I understand that. That's a fair concern, too. Nas says, raise a glass of your own age-appropriate beverage in celebration. Water for me. Midget Menace says, Jeremy, you need to look up the parody song Bomb Iran, parody by Barbara Ann by the Beach Boys. You won't regret it. It's been around for years. Ilidium X Game says, war celebration tax. Daniel says, Trump just made a statement on True Social. Matthew says, do you guys think the eldest son will be installed as new king? I'm not sure what the plan is. I wouldn't be able to speculate on who the new leader will be or how they're going to approach that. I have no idea. Pins Fans for Life says, Yub Nub Tax. Fentanyl Floyd says, please pray for Hassan's dog. Going to be a rough day today. Sir Boy of Lard for $1. Shorty Short says, bad time to be a bad guy. Darth Gavel says, paid protesting. It needs to be a felony. Nas says, downtown DC has a YMCA party going on. Sent you a link. Chad Admiral Thrawn says, what did you do to deserve that? Coopster says, I was going to send you 100, but you played Barney. Damn it, missing out. Python Vegas says, I have been to the original Culver's. Really? I respect that. Where is it at? Like, is it in a major city in Wisconsin? I'd probably like to go to that one. Darth Gavel says, can we get a refund for all the trillions of bribe blackmail money the Democrats paid to Iran? George says, Jeremy, let's make Trump FU videos part of the intro for Cobra Cast. It would be hilarious and cool AF. Tagged you in the snake pit. Glad you're playing Resident Evil 9. Yeah, man, I'm really looking forward to it. I'll probably get back into it tonight as long as nothing pops off, but we'll see. But so far, so good on Resident Evil 9. Hunter says, I'm a loner, sadly. Dumb Old Bear says, I can't speak tax. East Coast Toast Boy says, my tax so Jeremy doesn't suppress my speech. Samurai says, the left mobilized fast like an enemy army within. ACC says, Jeremy Cam was shaking proof that he's in Tel Aviv. Toddy says, have a taco. Bad day for the Dems. Timbo Slice says, wow, I know that script is fake because there's no way they would pass on World War with a 4 in it. John Jones says, F8 of the world. Pins Fan for Life says, the fast and the warriors. Dude, that's like the best tweet, though. Seriously, I got to bring that one back up. I think I liked it. Let me go to my likes and see. This is one of the best tweets right here. This is fantastic. World War II. You are here between World War II and World War III. After World War III, to World to War. Trump, if you do start a 4th World War, you have to title it To World to War. You have to. You have to do this, Trump. It can't be World War IV. It has to be To World to War. That's it. World War Tokyo Drift, World and War, War 7. I'm sorry, yeah, World 7 and War 8. I legitimately love the Fast and Furious movies. However, I haven't watched them since Paul Walker died. I haven't watched them. I think I watched the one right after he died. And I love all of them. But yeah, I guess they've gotten really stupid since then. They were always pretty stupid, and I appreciated that out of them. But maybe I'll get back into them. Is that the movie? Yeah, these are so for those of the uninitiated, these are the Fast and Furious movies. It's memeing on the Fast and Furious movies. Scad says, I'm only here because I listen to Techno Vance. Madney says Jeremy is straight, handsome, and intelligent. RuneScape says, gimme that tax. Andrew says, background noise tax. Max of VT says, Jeremy clown tax. Vault 199 says, just to piss off that fig tax. Fun with collecting says, homie, don't play that tax. Price says, clown tax. Mike says, fig clown tax. Steel Leg says, clown tax, Jeremy. Tint Guy says, Homer can finally get rid of that shirt. Dark Gavel says, China next. Daniel says, North Korea win. Let's see if we're back. No, nothing there yet. Here we go. All right, here we go.
Okay. We've been hit. We've been hit.
Good evening. I'm Brett Baer. The U.S. and Israel have effectively decapitated the leadership of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Hell yeah.
President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu confirm reports Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. He was killed during daylight Saturday morning Iran time in a massive targeted strike. Earlier today, President Trump called on Iranians to, quote, seize control of your destiny. It is the second time in 8 months that the U.S. has used military force against Iran. The Islamic Republic calls it a war of choice by the U.S. and retaliated today by firing missiles and drones toward Israel and U.S. bases in the region and civilian targets inside its Gulf Arab neighbors. We have global team coverage tonight. Bill Malugin in Washington on what Congress is saying about the strikes and what steps are next there. Mark Meredith, also in Washington, breaking down what happened and when. Peter Doocy gives us the take from the White House, plus Jillian Turner at the State Department with how all of this affects Americans in the region. But we begin with Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv, where air raid sirens have been sounding all day and night as Iran sends missiles toward its most hated enemy. Good evening, Trey.
Yeah, Brett, good evening. The Iranians immediately responding following the news that
Someone in the chat, some fucking fitness guy, he's like, I didn't know Jeremy was Jewish. I'm not Jewish. I like women. So no, I'm not Jewish. I like women. So just to confirm that for you, buddy. Sorry.
senior Iranian security and regime officials were killed in a series of strikes that all took place during the opening barrage this morning, targeting the capital of Tehran. Again, the Iranians have responded with ballistic missile fire, not just targeting Tel Aviv, but other major cities, including Jerusalem in the east and Haifa in the north along the Mediterranean Sea. Some of those missiles slipping past Israel's defense systems and slamming into the population areas below. We just returned from one impact site where a woman was killed and at least 20 others injured. Tonight, Israeli officials say they are preparing for more incoming missile fire from Iran. Brett.
Trey, thank you. President Trump says he's pleased with what he's seen so far. And in the early morning hours, the president laid out in specifics the reasons behind and the scope of these strikes. Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy joins us live from the North Lawn with the latest. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Brett. A senior administration official told us on a call this afternoon that the White House could have made another short-term bad deal, but it wouldn't have addressed long-term issues with Iran, who, according to U.S. intelligence estimates, may have been targeting American bases in the Middle East with ballistic missiles.
It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere.
This is the mission.
We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground.
This is the reason.
They attempted to rebuild their nuclear program.
Inside a secure room at Mar-a-Lago, CIA Director John Ratcliffe ran President Trump through intel about Operation Epic Fury, and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Raisin Kane, kept a tight-knit group of trusted Trump advisors up to speed, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio and White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. Vice President Vance remained in the White House Situation Room, flanked by DNI Tulsi Gabbard and Treasury Secretary Scott.
Real quick, I want to show this because it while it's unrelated, it's still kind of related to this, and it kind of confirms something that I've been saying for a long time and what most people already know. But Michael Jordan is the greatest of all time. Right here, breaking. Jordan says it shot down 2 Iranian ballistic missiles. Even LeBron James responds, and he just basically like, man.
Like, what the fuck? How did he just do that? Like,
yeah, so Jordan GOAT, all right? LeBron ain't shooting down Iranian ballistic missiles. Where's LeBron at? Jordan's out here handling business, okay?
Besson. Just hours before war broke out, the president gave no hints military action was imminent, visiting a Corpus Christi, Texas Whataburger.
I'm going to get some stuff for Air Force One, and I'm going to get the hell out of here.
According to Reuters, ahead of Epic Fury, briefers described the operation to the president as a high-risk, high-reward scenario. But 10 hours later,
a short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
Concerned about Iran or terrorist proxies retaliating, the Secret Service says the public may notice an increased law enforcement and federal presence around U.S. Secret Service protected sites. Attorney General Pam Bondi has announced the FBI and our other Department of Justice components are vigilantly monitoring any and all threats to Americans. The war may not end anytime soon, something President Trump knew well when he gave the order to strike.
Now, right here, you know how a lot of people, like something happens to people and they're like, man, that tweet didn't age well. This might be the definition of that tweet didn't age well. So, yeah, this is on January 3rd. So this is about a month ago, 2 months ago almost. We will bring the enemy to its knees. That didn't age very well, buddy. Okay. Now, he hasn't responded. He has not responded to me yet, by the way. Let me see. So where's he at? Hang on. Why didn't that click to that one? Here we go. All right. So let's see if he, here we go. All right. Fortnite tonight or not. He still has not responded. So I'm guessing we're not playing Fortnite tonight. I was looking forward to it, but okay. I guess not. Okay.
Is there a risk that strike could turn into a long, drawn-out conflict in the Middle East?
I guess you could say there's always a risk.
Now the president is telling us heavy and pinpoint bombing will continue throughout the week, or however long it takes for the United States to achieve their goal of peace in the Middle East. Officials are telling us there is a photo lid for tonight, which means we should not expect to see the president on camera again today. We probably will see him next when he is making his way back to the White House tomorrow. Brett.
Peter Ducey live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. We're going to take a closer look now at the extremely unusual daytime attack on Iran and the sequence of events that led to that. Here's correspondent Mark Meredith.
All right, I just tweeted out my disappointment that I guess we're not playing Fortnite tonight. It's kind of disappointing. I mean, you think you're friends with somebody, you think you guys are cool, and then suddenly this guy just completely leaves me on red when, I mean, we could have got a couple of dubs. What's the problem, man? Let's get a couple of dubs in Fortnite, talk some shit, teabag some people. You know what I mean? I just tweeted it out. I guess it's nah. So whatever, man. I mean, you don't have to respond, but that's just what friends typically respond. So I just don't see what the big deal is. You want to be a dick about it, go for it.
parliament.
See if you see what happens. See what happens next time you need some help. I'm not answering.
Central Command shows the targets before and after as airplanes, weapon sites, and radar stations are obliterated. By midday, Iran responding, launching roughly 300 missiles out of an estimated 2,000 in its arsenal. Its attacks aimed at Israel, where warning sirens rang in Tel Aviv to U.S. military bases abroad, including in Bahrain, where a U.S. Navy facility exploded. The Iranians also targeting U.S. facilities in Qatar, and a luxury hotel in Dubai was also struck. U.S. defense officials say
somebody said his internet might be down. His internet might be down.
Largest regional concentration of American military firepower in a generation. Brett.
Mark, thank you.
We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world.
Let's bring in Fox News senior strategic analyst, retired General Jack Keane. General, thanks for being here. First of all, your take on the operation so far, what you've heard.
All right, we've heard from him. So let me catch up on some more of these. Where are you guys at? John says, I waited 47 years for this. USA, USA. I won't forget the EEDs they used on us in Iraq. Udite says a group of 88 experts, clerics, choose the next supreme leader. Hereditary succession is forbidden. Not sure if any of the 88 were taken out in the 40 we got or how their chosen method may be crippled. Interesting. We got VJ, the Vigilant says Ayatollah or is it Noah Mora? VJ says World War V is a stupid name. Patriot Dad says peace through strength. Ag Natural says free Iran tax. Andrew Sarah says, did the Ayatollah and Rocco Rolla say please? Daniel says, notice how Trump doesn't need false flags either. Sam White says, holy smokes, it's still February. The Under Armour gamer says, I think 6'7" should be an auto ban. Final Halo says, not sure if you saw it, but even Saudi Arabia said they will join the U.S. in the offensive. I did see that. Grando Drum says, our MAGA risk campaign looking good. Sith Lord MAGA says, we confirmed the Ayatollah status before Nancy Guthrie. ACC says, we got the fall of the Ayatollah before GTA 6. Greg says, Ayatollah dead before GTA 6. Omar Bar's Music says, I also thought the stakes couldn't be higher, but I went to the grocery store and ribeyes were $19.99 a pound. Sad. Very nice play on words. Bubba Doom says, hell, Ayatollah Asahola dead before I got in my PJs in the shower. Too many late night streams. Crypto says, I am about to smoke me a joint full of Supreme OG. ACC says, no, the Iron Dome is shooting down Optimus. Andy Plays Game says, was Epstein the Israeli spy that he mentioned? Jameson says, Operation Whack-A-Mole, ouch. Rabbi Jay says, I'm concerned for our people, Jeremy. Slain Hope says, the left is crying into their Taliban scarves. Alex Arrow Cave says, isn't Bomb Iran a Beach Boys song? Beach Boys are goated, by the way. The Beach Boys are awesome. TJ says, not Stone Cold Steve Austin, but Stone Cold Donald J. Trump. Not so friendly. 1364 says, when do you pick up your Pulitzer Prize? Daniel Moore says, the palace in Iran will be renovated into a spirit Halloween. Ted says, we have Culver's in Houston area. Alex Arrow Cave says, this is more interesting than a WWE PLE tonight. Man, WWE is garbage these days. BMCCB says, Culver's messed up my order Thursday. That's not good. Sorry to hear that. Python Bacon says, I have been to the original Culver's. First Culver's location is it Sauk City, Wisconsin? Daniel Moore says, what about World War Hobbs and Shaw? Miniature Von thinks says, Fast and Furious Transformers crossover boom. Aaron James says, Jeremy, you could be a pimp and cover meetup cost. auctioning 10-minute talk dates with Krista. She's a good sport. Dude, I'd be a billionaire if I did something like that. Daniel Morris says, I DM'd you my message to Khamenei. Don't show it here. All right. Johnny the Whiz Kid says, I don't know if you care about this, but today 6 planets aligned. If anyone has a telescope or is interested, go planet gazing. You won't see it again for 8 years. I heard about that, actually. I heard about that. Rumble, let's see. Big Daddy says, surprising fun fact. Martha McCallum is 62. She doesn't look it. Damn, she doesn't look it. Matt HDX is happy for their freedom. Candace Owen, Massey, and Tucker most affected. Hail the 199. John Goetz says Jordan shot down 2 Iranian missiles. LeBron can never. Hey, that's the joke I just said. Miniature Von Think says this isn't leading to World War III because China and Russia know not to mess with us. So all the morons saying we're going to get drafted, that's not happening because Trump didn't push out. Shut the F up, retards. Yeah, I mean, you can't listen to these clowns. Let's see. Archangel says, I hope if we are there, we do not need to do, we do what we need to do and leave. I want to see hot Persian women be free anyway. Stay horny, everyone. Miniature Von Think says, so what's been established is anyone who said Pete Hegseth isn't qualified for his job to change their name and self-deport far away in shame. Yeah, there's a lot of people that said Pete Hegseth could not handle the job, and look at what is going on. Bunch of stupid people that don't know anything. Lag says, is it me or is mispronouncing Khamenei, the Ayatollah's name? Khamenei, the new Kiev and Kyiv. Yeah, Kiev and Kyiv. Or Qatar and Qatar. True Mr. Gentleman says, bro, did you hear Delta Force released their genetically altered velociraptors that have U.S. flag colored skin, and they took out the Ayatollah. They posed for confirmation photo too. Heard it on Facebook. Eric K says, lefties are already organizing mass protests. They are telling us the U.S. to lay off Iran. Yeah, these people are nuts, dude. They really are. Tactician Musician says, DSP outlining entire government regimes. Let's hear the update here.
A lot of talk about what options for the regime to collapse and to move finally towards probably people that are less ideal.
So it feels like, I mean, again, every time I say this, something happens. So I don't know how much news is going to happen right now because we have the leadership has been completely dismantled right now in Iran. Now, what's the next steps look like? And that's the question everybody has. What I'm hoping, the main thing I'm hoping for is not so much news. I'm hoping for Trump to address the nation. I don't feel like he's going to do that this late. So, I don't know. I feel like if Trump was going to address the nation, it would have been earlier. But that's my thoughts on it right now. He already tweeted? Yeah, I know he tweeted it. Wait a minute. Marjorie Taylor Greene is tweeting. Great job, Mr. President. Good job. You're a billionaire, and the American people, not the Iranian people who voted for you, are not billionaires. As a matter of fact, many of them are flat out broke and all-time high credit card debt, can't afford health insurance or car insurance for that matter, and most young people can't afford to buy a house or even their rent payment. Your generation, the baby boomers, your families were able to thrive on single incomes, and now it's practically impossible for the vast majority of American families, let alone imagine being a single mother. Hang on, imagine being a single mother. Are you a single mother, Marjorie Taylor Greene? Did you date a black dude? Never mind. Never mind. Most of your baby boomer friends are supporters. I'm sure they are cheering at you the most. Yada, 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 yada. So who cares what you have to say, Marjorie Taylor Greene? We don't care. Listen, what I said was just a joke. I'm not racist, okay? I have black friends. And I watched the Black Panther movie, okay? And I listened to Tupac. Can't be racist if you listen to Tupac. I'm just telling you how the rules work. I listen to Tupac. I watch NBA back in the day, not so much now. Bill Hurt for 50 says World War III tax for real though. Just came on. What have I missed? Hope all is well. Bro, you just got here? You've missed a bit. You've missed a little bit. So it's been a busy day. It's been a busy day, to say the least. Fedigator says, Iranian people have taken back their first city. Videos of Iranian streets are insane. Yeah, the videos are pretty crazy. Aaron James says, okay, revision, 5 minutes talking, 1 hour total. Krista could have fun with it. Maybe MCU fan will appear. Hell, Laughing Man and Murdoch pay you 500s. That's a hell of a business plan. Where is Laughing Man? He hasn't been here. I think he's mad at me. Again, thank you, Wasp, for the proper 199 again. Appreciate that. God bless President Trump, our troops, the courageous Iranian citizens. This moment defines our fight, good against evil. Well said. MTG has gone full. Candace Owen says Gear Master. Twisted Clown says MTG needs dick tax. I mean, ultimately, like I said, it regardless of how you feel about it, as long as you're willing to see things beyond what's right in front of you, it pays very good to be a perceived Trump guy, but now you're anti-Trump. It pays very well to be on that side of it. It does. And I'm not hating. I'm not hating at all, but it just does. It pays very well. That's just the truth. People are coming out in the streets in deep blue Washington, D.C. in droves screaming, thank you, President Trump.
President Trump, thank you. Honorable Levy, thank you. Thank you. Trump, thank you. Trump, thank you.
Ooh, that's got to make libs really pissed to hear this. You know that's making them mad, dude. Johnny Red for 20 says, so tomorrow, Cuba? You know what? He might as well. Trump is in form to take over everything.
If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will. And I'm not letting that happen. If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will take Greenland. And I am not going to let that happen.
Deal they can offer you? They're like,
yeah, sure. I'd love to make a deal with them. It's easier. But one way or the other, we're going to have Greenland.
Oh man, Timothy Fitch is almost it's almost boring how easily we won this. It's pretty incredible, man. When you get when you eliminate all of the noise from it, it's pretty incredible when you actually step back to see this. Insane. Really is insane. Okay, where's that? Breaking, the Iranian people are now toppling statues of the former supreme leader following the strikes that took him out. To be fair, this is how I felt when Trump won in 2024 and we got rid of Biden. So I completely can relate. That's exactly how I acted.
Real for next week is now off. He is needed here. Tonight, a State Department worldwide caution alert issued for all Americans everywhere in the world, particularly the hundreds of thousands in the Mideast. Following the launch of U.S. combat operations in Iran, Americans worldwide, and especially in the Middle East, should follow the guidance in the latest security alerts issued by the nearest U.S. embassy or consulate. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, holed up at Mar-a-Lago with President Trump, has launched a task force to aid as many Americans overseas as possible. During the 12-day war between Israel and Iran last June, officials offered evacuation flights.
The most important thing right now, the biggest piece to this entire puzzle Wall Street Journal reports while destroying Iranian leadership, U.S. forces again suffered no reported casualties. Let me repeat that for you one more time. No reported casualties. Greatest president ever. And it's not even close.
Trump just missed that opportunity. Ask the foreign minister of Oman how close we were to get a deal.
The UK, France, and Germany all backing the US and Israel, but also hedging.
The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes. But we have long been clear. The regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent.
The UN Secretary General, convening a special emergency session tonight, condemned the United States first, then Iran.
I have condemned the massive military strikes by the United States and Israel against Iran. And I also condemned the subsequent attacks by Iran.
So the State Department tonight is urging American citizens in harm's way, anybody overseas, to make contact. There is information at the bottom of your screen. Americans can go to step.state.gov.
Now, again, one of the things that Trump has accomplished that the left really doesn't want to give him credit for, and this is the thing that bothers him the most, and this is why we will win the midterms, okay? It will happen, but this is why right here. Because, well, first, let's hear what this is really.
$1 a gallon in some states. Under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster. Is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon.
$1.99.
President Trump in the State of the Union touting U.S. energy policy.
So right here, this is why we are going to win the midterms, okay? And this is what the left does not want to accept. Donald Trump is the first black president. 34 felonies, 5 kids with 3 baby mamas, snatching up dictators, just taking out oil tankers, took a bullet to the head, mega viral mugshot, walked into North Korea like a boss, house raided by the FBI. Trump is the first black president. Unstoppable. And no child support payments. He's invited to the cookout. Oh, what a legend, dude. What an absolute legend. He is unstoppable. Unstoppable. Worked at McDonald's. Yeah, and he was a garbage man. That's right. Worked at McDonald's, was a garbage man. Hell yeah. Okay. This CNN clip is, I'm going to play this again for some people may have missed it, but this CNN clip of them in Los Angeles is great.
Since we've gotten here, it has amassed a large number of people, and the celebration is striking. We got here just moments after initial reports, initial rumors of the death of Ayatollah Khamenei had just started to trickle from Iran to this diaspora community, and people were jumping in excitement, hugging each other, crying, saying that basically they've been waiting 47 years for this very day, Jessica. It is the reason so many of them have come out here today. I want you to hear from one of them specifically, his thoughts right after learning that the supreme leader of Iran was dead.
When is the last time you saw people in Israel and Iran dancing on the streets in excitement? And when is the last time you've ever heard of a country coming out and dancing because they're excited that foreign powers are attacking them?
Now, the name of Reza Pahlavi has been at the tip of people's tongues here, Jessica. So these are very much people who are pro-Shah. They want to see a leadership emerge from Reza Pahlavi. They're calling for him to take over the reins. And their hope, they've told me, is that he would then lead a temporary government and hold elections in Iran, hold a referendum in Iran so that the people could decide what would come next for their
And there we have it. Now we have, again, the most shocking news of the day, and every single day that I see this news, is that Brit Hume is still alive on Fox News. Brit Hume has been 70 for 50 years. It's crazy. This man has been 70 to 75 years old for the past 50 years. I don't know how it happens. Brit Hume is old. All caps old. Every time I see him, I'm just like, how is it possible? Now, we do have some images from Iran. We're starting to understand what this is about to look like. So these are images from Iran with the Bucky's flag planted, starting to kind of set the standard for where we are heading and what type of narrative we're going to have with Iran. The Bucky's flag has been planted. So we are moving in the right direction for sure. If you add a Bucky's, oh no. God, I threatened the Western world for decades and now I'm dead. Holy crap. Now that is good. That is good right there. Woo! All right. And again, Trump, first black president right here.
As I walk through the city overrun by the left, I take a look at Tim Walz and realize he's so inept. Cause he's been scheming and frauding so long that even Melania thinks he's a big ding-dong. But I never crossed a lib who didn't deserve it. Now you get called out by Trump, I hope that it's worth it. You got my ICE agents stressing with your protesting. So please follow orders or they'll be arrested. I hate to power trip, but I gotta though. Got no paper, send you back to the land below. Fool, you the type of bee to come and drive an SUV over the police out of spite. Then you crash into street lights. Them spending most damn nights at a protest while they swear in ice. Sometimes they pay a price at a protest while they swear in ice. I must protect the nation and solve inflation. So I'm asking you to quit. Ain't got time for this shit. So we need to let ICE do their jobs now. Don't you have a CVS somewhere to rob now? Fool.
Trump is getting that third term. 100%. We have what are we without Trump memes at this point? Who are we? We're nothing. We're nothing. John Wayne says that there's more credibility for all of these people constantly screaming no new wars without any evidence of long-term war. They cried wolf many times, and now we do not care about their fake tears. This is accurate as hell. This is accurate. I mean, I was watching Black Conservative Perspectives video today, and he had essentially the same take that I had, where it's just like, why are you overreacting? We've seen this play out many times already. And every time these people overreact, because anytime Trump does anything, you have this massive overreaction from these emotionally unstable people. And it turns out that their overreaction is not justified in any way. And they just move on to the next thing. John says, I will honor this day by joining the snake pit. You earned for reporting on Trump, Magnus. Thank you for covering this. See you at MegaCon. Hey, man, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to that. Our meetup is going to be huge, and peeps are they're gonna love it, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. And again, for a limited time, you can get the Cobra Cast hoodie that I am rocking, or the MegaCon t-shirt that is available through Ripasend. Link is in the pinned post in the comment section. If you're interested, those are only going to be available for a short, limited time, and then we'll probably roll some different merch out. But make sure you go check those out if you are interested. Let me see. Good old Brit Hume. Let's see what old Brit Hume is saying right now. Rhino Helix with 10 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go. Thank you, Rhino Helix. Appreciate it. Two Tired says, OMG, where can I find this Trump Paradise song? God, I don't even know where. What account was that? I just scroll through Twitter and find shit and share it. I don't even know where I saw it now. Here it is. Here it is. It's Eric Unchained. This is the account that had it right here. So this account right here. I don't know this guy, I don't think. So, but yeah, there you go right there. You can find it through his account. That's where I found it. All right, let's hear what he has to say.
Bring back the American military and all its might is behind you.
This is not how a democracy is supposed to go to war. With an abrupt declaration by our president in the middle of the night.
This sounds an awful lot like it could be Iraq War 2.0.
Oh, God.
But at least one Republican announced his opposition to the strikes. That would
of
be
course,
Congressman
of
Thomas
course
Massey.
he did.
Posted, quote, I'm opposed to this war. This is not America first. When Congress reconvenes, I will work with Congressman Ro Khanna to force a congressional vote on war with Iran. Meanwhile, Senator John Fetterman once again breaking from his party today, saying he supports President Trump's attack on Iran.
I fully support these kinds of things, and I'm proud to stand with our military and Israel through this, and that's what's the right thing.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer now calling for Congress to return to the Hill immediately to vote on a war powers resolution on Iran to limit Trump's authority. Now, all of this happening in the context of a middle of a DHS shutdown, with Republican Congressman like Mike Lawler posting, quote, given the situation in the Middle East and the potential for Iran and its terrorist proxies to attempt some type of attack, it's imperative that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries immediately drop all opposition to funding the Department of Homeland Security and pass the funding bill. And Brett, right now we have no indication that Congress is going to come back to the Hill early, but Fox News can confirm that the White House does plan to brief staffers for key House lawmakers sometime tomorrow. Then next week, there will be a vote on the House floor on a war powers resolution on Iran. But Brett, obviously a whole lot can happen before that vote next week. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Bill Belushi up on the Hill.
Jay Hamilton says, this is our GTA 6. Lord Botha says, every military action Trump has taken and the speed of its success is an indictment of the Bush and Obama administration's handling of Iraq and Afghanistan. So perfect right here. This right here is what the Panicans are missing. Now, I've mentioned it many times. Many of you have heard me say it. I hate George W. Bush. I clearly hate Obama, but I thought Bush was a horrible, horrible president with all of the forever war bullshit and everything that happened with, Condoleezza Rice and Donald Rumsfeld and Halliburton and Dick Cheney. But what Trump is doing is everything he has done is a clear indictment of them and their forever war bullshit. 100%. Two Tires says, OMG. Oh, I got that one. John becomes new member. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. All right. We are at 4 hours. I'm going to call it. I might go live again later, late tonight, depending on if there's more developments. If there's not, then I'll probably go live tomorrow. But if there are more developments later tonight, I will go live again, even if it's midnight. And then I did do a follow-up on my tweet, I stole the joke from the chat, but I guess it's not. And I said, I just heard back his internet is out. So there you have it. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for the super chats and gifted memberships, all of that. Hail to the Rumble chat. But yeah, thank you to the new subscribers and anybody else that's tuned in. Appreciate all of you. I will give you more updates if anything breaks. We'll go from there. So follow me on Twitter. You can follow D-Day Cobra and the CobraCast 199 one if you want. But other than that, have a good evening. And we'll talk to all of you later. Bye, everyone. Wait, Laughing Man just said I can go. Laughing Man gave me the okay. Hang on. Laughing Man said, you can go, Jeremy. You kept everyone more informed than mainstream media. Laughing Man said something nice to me? Are you kidding me? Wow. That's a win right there. All right. We'll end on that note. Bye.